Establecido en el artículo 237 de nuestra Constitución, dejamos en el derecho de palabra al ciudadano Nicolás Maduro Moros, presidente constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, y muy cordialmente lo invitamos a que ocupe la tribuna de oradores.
We invite President Nicolas Maduro to address the National Assembly.
Se dirige el presidente constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela.
The Venezuelan president is about to take the stance to deliver a speech about all the achievements and challenges that were faced last year, but also the path forward for Venezuela, where the Venezuelan nation is going in different sectors, both in the political sector, the economic sector, and everything that is planned for this year. Good afternoon, citizens, deputies,
ciudadanas diputadas de esta soberanísima Asamblea Nacional
this sovereign National Assembly
de la República Bolivariana
of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Mi saludo,
My greetings,
feliz año,
Happy New Year, and the beginning
esta temporada
of this legislative season 2024.
Vengo a presentar
I come here to
el
present
examen
the exam,
constitucional
the constitutional exam,
que como presidente de la República
that as President of the Republic,
estoy obligado
I'm
ante
compelled
el Poder Legislativo del país.
before the legislative power of the country.
Un examen anual,
A yearly exam.
en otros países lo llaman
In other countries,
mensaje.
they call it message to the nation.
Aquí es un examen obligatorio.
Here is a mandatory exam, constitutional exam.
Y como todo buen examen,
And like any good
hay
exam,
que prepararse.
we must prepare, we must study.
Espero ante nuestro pueblo hermoso,
I hope before our beautiful
esta
people
soberanísima
and
Asamblea
our
Nacional,
this sovereign National Assembly
este examen,
present this exam
con el favor de Dios,
with the favor of God,
tanto
after studying so much,
revisado,
go over
pasar este examen con
to
buenas
pass
notas,
this exam with flying colors,
con la venia de nuestro pueblo, con la venia de esta asamblea.
with the permission of our people and our assembly.
Quiero saludar desde aquí
I want
de hombres y mujeres
the thousands of men and
que han
women
cruzado las calles de Caracas hoy
that have
a
taken the
respaldar
streets of Caracas
esta
today
presentación
to
de
back
Memoria
up
y Cuenta,
this
a
presentation,
respaldar con su fuerza
to support with their
movilizada
strength,
la
their
paz
mobilization, peace,
y la búsqueda de la
and the
prosperidad y el
continued search of
bienestar para
prosperity
nuestro
and
pueblo.
well-being of our people.
Me gustaría estar ahí
I would love to be
en
there,
el centro de esa gran
in the
movilización
epicenters of those great mobilizations,
junto a nuestro pueblo,
together with our
movilizado.
people, always mobilized.
Un elemento fundamental
Main
del
element
devenir histórico
of our history,
de estos 30 años o más
of these 30 and plus years of history,
despertar
since the awakening
27 de febrero del
that
89,
February 27th
del
of
despertar
1987,
de aquella
since that
rebelión
awakening of that rebellion
anti-antioligárquica
anti-imperialist
del 9 de 1992 hasta nuestros días.
until
Si
our
algo
days.
hemos estado es en permanente
If something we have done, we've been always mobilized,
de fuerza,
of awareness,
de
of
valores,
conscience,
de ética, de
of ethic
espiritualidad,
and spirituality.
y no podría ser hoy,
And today,
15 de enero del año
January
2024,
15 of the year 2024,
no podía ser de otra manera.
could not be any
Saludo
different.
desde aquí,
That's why I
nuestro
greet from
amado
here
pueblo,
our
en las
beloved
calles
people,
siempre, movilizado
always on the
siempre.
streets, always mobilized.
Saludo también
I would also like to greet
el honorable cuerpo diplomático,
the honorable diplomatic corps in our country,
embajadores,
ambassadors
embajadoras de todos los países
from all over the world
dignamente representados en Venezuela.
that are well represented here in Venezuela.
Me contenta mucho
I'm very glad
personalmente
to personally
poder saludar
greet you all
y que ustedes también tomen nota
and that you take note
para la opinión que tienen que transmitir a sus
for the
capitales
opinion that you
si
must
el presidente
send back
pasó
to
el examen o
to
no
your
pasó el
capitals
examen.
on whether the
Tienen
president
ahí
passed
una
the
copia
exam
de los
or not.
informes que manden a las
And if you
cancillerías
want, you can always give me a
para
copy of the
evaluarla.
report that you send to your foreign ministries to see.
Un informe confidencial.
A confidential
Saludo a los
report of
embajadores,
greetings to the ambassadors,
mi saludo a todos los partidos políticos,
to all political parties
movimientos políticos del
and
país
political movements of the country present
Un
here.
saludo muy especial
A very
a los
special greeting
gobernadores
to the
y
governors
gobernadoras de los 23
of
estados.
all 23 states.
Gracias por
Thank you
estar presentes
for being
y
here
atender esta invitación
and come to
constitucional
this
de la
invitation, this
Asamblea
constitutional
Nacional.
invitation of the
En
National
particular,
Assembly.
quiero felicitar
In particular, I would like to congratulate especially
al gobernador del estado
the
Lara
governor
por la demostración inmensa de fe
of the
mariana,
state for the demonstration of immense faith,
religiosa,
of
popular,
devotion,
el día
popular
de
and
ayer,
religious devotion
día de
in
la
the day
divina
of yesterday,
pastora,
the day of the
donde más
divine
de
pastors, where more than 2.7 million
venezolanos,
people
venezolanas y gente venida del exterior, mucha gente
came from
vino de
abroad
Colombia,
also,
Ecuador,
aside from the
mucha gente
2.7
vino de
Venezuelans,
Colombia,
came from Colombia
decirle
to pay homage
de fe a nuestra madre, la Madre María,
to Mother Maria, to Mother Mary.
gobernador, lo felicito.
So I congratulate the governor of Lara for
El
this,
despliegue policial, el despliegue
for the police
de seguridad
system, the security system
que ustedes han hecho ayer,
that you did yesterday
personal de
with
salud,
all the
familia,
protection
todo el
personnel,
personal de médico,
all the
médicos,
doctors.
paramédicos, ha sido extraordinario,
It was extraordinary.
impecable y victorioso. Lo felicito.
It was a great victory.
Igualmente,
So I congratulate you.
a todos los alcaldes y alcaldesas
I also like
de las
to
40
greet
ciudades más
all mayors
importantes,
from all the
grandes,
big
mejor
cities,
dicho,
the
todas
most,
las importantes,
the biggest cities,
ciudades,
because all cities are important,
municipios más grandes
and the
del país.
municipalities of our country.
Saludo particular a los alcaldes, a las alcaldesas.
Special greeting to the
Saludo a
mayors,
los líderes y lideresas de la
to all
clase obrera,
leaders
del movimiento sindical presente,
of the union
del
movements
poder
present,
comunal, del poder
of the
popular,
community
de
power,
los
the popular
campesinos,
power, the
campesinas,
farmers,
pescadores,
fishers.
pescadoras. Mi saludo igualmente
I also would like to greet
nuestra gloriosa, heroica llamada Fuerza Armada Nacional
our
Bolivariana,
heroic
todos
and
sus
glorious
oficiales presentes.
national army that is present here,
General en jefe Vladimir Padrino López,
to the chief of the army, Vladimir Padrino,
General en jefe Domingo Antonio Hernández Lara,
General-in-Chief Domingo Antonio Lares as well, also present here.
saludo a toda la Fuerza Armada,
Agreeing to all our national armed forces, Bolivarian armed forces.
un saludo muy especial a la vicepresidenta ejecutiva
And of course also very special greeting to our Executive Vice President Delcy Rodriguez and Vice Presidents of Government,
ministros y ministras,
all the
del gabinete,
ministers of the cabinet here. My greetings
especial mi agradecimiento por todo
and
el
my
trabajo
thanks
que ustedes
for all the work
hacen a
that
diario,
you've
que hacen de
done
manera
and you do
permanente.
daily, continuously.
También quiero enviar nuestro reconocimiento, saludos
I also want to send our acknowledgement, our greetings
a los empresarios
to the
sindicales,
businessmen,
toda la
business
cámara
women
y de
of
todas
all
las
the Asian chambers and all generations of businessmen and business women, presidents of all the communication media.
a los líderes religiosos,
All
también,
religious leaders are present here.
católicos, cristianos evangélicos,
Catholic Christians,
judíos,
Jews,
musulmanes,
Muslims,
y de todas las creencias
from all beliefs.
y de todas las prácticas religiosas del país. Me alegra mucho poder verlos nuevamente
I'm glad to be able to see you again
aquí
and that you're here with us
en
today.
este examen tan importante. Un año
It's a year
de trabajo.
tense of lots of work.
Enero siempre tiene la energía especial. Es el mes de los balances.
January is always a special month.
El tiempo
It's the
de
balance of all
memoria y
expressions of
visión del
time of
futuro se
memory,
encuentran para hacernos más
and the vision
conscientes
comes together to make us more aware of our existence, of who we truly are, what our purpose and our real purpose here. The first month of every year, we will take our wishes, our expectations from the experience earned during the last 365 years. That's why it's a blank page, where we remember the goals achieved, and we write the new wishes and projects for the future. This happens at a personal level, family level, at a social level. For example, I already did my balance as a father, as a grandfather, and as a husband. Celia, the balance, the exam, I did good. Greetings to my wife, Celia. That exam I passed it with flying colors. 20 out of 20. Excellent. As a husband, I saw what I did well, what I did so, what I must improve. And today, it is a pleasure for me, and I'm honored to do the same as the head of state, as the constitutional president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I don't know if in other countries the same happens, but in Venezuela, every day of January are valid to wish Happy New Year. And I would like to start this speech precisely wishing all men and women, children, the young, the grandparents of this homeland a healthy, lively, and blessed 2024 for all. I take a little sip with lemon, water with lemon, which is very recommendable for the nerves. To control the nerves, I'm a bit nervous. Anyone before a big exam gets nervous. Because this year that begins is not any other year. It's a year that comes with the light of 200th anniversary. Mr. Ambassador for Americas of Peru. The 2nd anniversary of Junín with Bolivar at the forefront in August. And the 200th celebration of the great victory of Ayacucho, led by the young men of Cumaná, Antonio José de Sucre, in December. Two historical events that sealed the victory, putting an end to a century of heroic battles and marking the beginning of a new time, no less heroic and demanding, the foundation of our people, of our liberties and independence of our homeland, the one of the incarnation of an utopia that could be made. We must feel from the heart worthy heirs of the victories of our liberators and prepare our soul to celebrate with all. We celebrate Junín, we celebrate Ayacucho, and we celebrate our America. I want to express my New Year's greetings to the National Assembly that began its legislative activities on time. On January 5th at 11 a.m. local time, as mandated by the Constitution. I had the honor to welcome you a week ago at the Miraflores Palace in a meeting that as an independent power, we interchange balance and the perspective for our governments and the challenges that the Republic faces. This year that just begins, I take advantage of this opportunity to recognize the great work carried out by all the deputies in the creation of 75 laws, discussed and consulted with the people. 67 agreements in all, from its installation in 2021, that made up the modern and current justice framework that we have today. and without it we could advance at the pace that we did in the resolution of national problems, in the improvement of conditions to work at all levels of government under a single flag, the recovery and well-being of our homeland. I very especially want to thank this assembly to have convened unanimously the constitutive referendum that we lived on December 3rd for the defense of our historical rights of Venezuela over our Guyana Essequiba. Sentiments and cause that forever brought us together on top of political, religious, social, economic differences, and I put it to the test the perfect functioning of our democracy. In virtues of this initiative, today, all Venezuelans, and more, with the discussion and swift approval of the organic law for the defense of the Guayana Essequiba, today we have a popular mandate, a special plan and safe, secure plan to make a reality in all our national territory, make a reality, a truth, the motto that is in the heart of our children, of our men and women. The sun of Venezuela rises on the Essequibo. Regarding the recent referendum, I would like to begin this with a brief reflection on the sense of our participatory democracy that is contemplated in our Constitution. That, by the way, it was born here over 25 years ago, in this National Assembly, in the Constituent National Assembly, convened by our beloved, always remember, Supreme Commander Hugo Chavez. Here the National Assembly was born and spread all over the corners of our homeland to reinvent and strengthen the true concept of democracy as an ethic principle, as a practice, popular practice, and as justice concept that is inseparable from the social justice and equality of condition for all, and the respect for the cultural diversity, ethnic and parties in a world that suffers and continues to suffer the weakening of democracy, of true democracy, before the neoliberal model, aggressive and dictatorial model that destroys life in the planet. Without a doubt, our democracy is living in a special moment in which equilibrium has been placed on extremism and common sense has prevailed over conflict and the petty particular interests of those that always hate us. The true objective for our democracy, with its strength, force, with the true separation of powers, is a concept, harmony. The strength that makes it possible is the people, and that force is moved from the small parts to the all, and from the all to the small parts. It begins as an individual will, but can only be realized as a collective project, the project of all. Democracy, that's why, is the most complex process that ever exists, because it demands a different view from all, different from the one that we had before, in perfect synchrony. But behind those needles, there's a mechanism, gears in every component has a job to do for the well-functioning of the great mechanism. As in a clock, all pieces are important, and in democracy, not a single institution, and even less the people, can be felt from over or under the institutions. The sole fact that we are here today, in our Venezuela of the year 2024, in peace, gathered to evaluate and plan the quality of our lives, in a world where business, corporate, regimes are imposed
niegan y le
that
borran los
deny
derechos sociales
social
al
rights
pueblo
to the peoples
y dejan a la gente en
and leave
la
people
orfandad y el desamparo,
abandoned
me permite afirmar
allows me
que
to
este
affirm
modelo de
that our
democracia
model
participativa
of
y
participatory democracy
no solo funciona,
not only
está
works
visto y comprobado
as has been proven in every of our achieved goals, but also it is more necessary in the world, in our current world, to avoid social catastrophes.
y pese al bloqueo criminal
And despite the criminal
cada
blockade
día le imprime más fuerza el
that
imperio,
every day the US
no
empire
desistimos
puts
jamás
more force,
en
we
la
never
misión de
surrender.
garantizar la
We never
protección
stop in our mission to
y el
guarantee
abrazo a nuestro pueblo.
the well-being of our
Se dice
people.
fácil,
It is easily said,
pero no perdamos de vista
but we cannot lose
que la
sight
magnitud de nuestros logros se dan
the
en un
immense
contexto
growth
extremo
of
y
our
particular.
achievements comes in a moment, in an extreme moment, and very particular
Venezuela forma
moment.
parte de los 19
Venezuela is part of the 19
países a quienes
countries
los Estados Unidos de
whom the
Norteamérica,
United
el
States of
imperialismo
America, the imperialism,
estadounidense,
US imperialism,
de manera ilegal
illegally
viola sus derechos
violates
económicos,
our economic rights,
comerciales y
commercial
humanos
rights, and human
todos los
rights
días,
every single day,
sistemáticamente,
systematically,
desde hace 9 años,
since for 9 years now.
todos los días,
Every day,
el imperialismo estadounidense
the US
viola los
imperialism
derechos
violates
humanos de nuestro pueblo.
the human rights of our
Tener
people,
930 sanciones
as it maintains more than 930
sobre nuestra
illegal sanctions against our nation. That's why
cada uno de los resultados obtenidos,
every single one of the
cada meta
achievements,
cumplida,
every goal that we have
con
reached
esfuerzo,
with
debe
effort
llevar la etiqueta
must have the
de hoy
label
en adelante,
from now on.
cada meta, cada cosa
Every
lograda,
work,
debe llevar
every
una
goal
etiqueta clara,
must have a clear label
diferenciadora,
that puts it aside, that makes it different of the moment that we're living.
hecho, construido,
A fact that was
diseñado,
built, designed,
creado,
created,
superado
overcome
tiempos de guerra
in
y
times of
bloqueo
war and
imperialista.
blockade from the empire.
Hecho en Venezuela,
Made in Venezuela.
Made in Venezuela. Quiero aprovechar hoy
Want to take advantage today
pueblo hermoso que está en las calles,
with our beautiful people that is on the street,
hermoso, hermoso, los movimientos sociales, los movimientos de la nueva época.
beautiful the social movements, the movement of the new times.
Saludo muy
I
especial
want to
a
express
los
a very
maestros
special
y
greeting
maestras
to all
en su día.
teachers
Y
in their
hoy
day.
levantar la bandera
And today we raise
del
our flag
maestro Luis Beltrán Prieto
of teacher
Figueroa,
Luis Beltrán
del
Prieto
maestro
Figueroa
Aristóbulo Isturi, y
at
decirle a los
Isturity
maestros,
and say
a la
all
maestra,
teachers,
al magisterio, aquí tienen un presidente obrero
here you have a
que
worker
siempre los va a
president that will
acompañar,
always go with you,
agradecido de la labor que
thankful
ustedes
from
cumplen
the work that
para
you
la forma
fulfill
de los niños y
for the
niñas de
education
Venezuela,
of all
de la
Venezuelan
juventud de
children,
Venezuela.
of the youth
Que
of
vivan los
Venezuela.
maestros y las
Long
maestras de
live
nuestra patria.
teachers of our homeland,
Héroes,
heroes,
anónimos,
anonymous heroes
héroes y
all,
heroínas de la escuela inicial, de la escuela primaria,
of
del
elementary
liceo.
school, of high school, middle school.
En nombre de Luis Beltrán Prieto Figueroa,
In name of Luis
gran
Beltrán,
maestro,
great teacher,
fundador de todas nuestras luchas.
founder of all our
En
fights,
nombre del gran
in the name
Cimarrón Mayor, nuestro
of the
Cimarrón,
great Cimarron,
Cimarrón y maestro, presente aquí también con nosotros, Aristóbulo Isturi.
Aristolis
Le
Tuli,
extiendo un
also
abrazo
present here with
en
us
su día a
in
los
spirit.
maestros y
I
maestras.
extend a greeting and a hug to all teachers.
Hoy es el día también decretado así en decreto presidencial.
Today is also the day decreed by a presidential decree a few years ago.
Saludar
I have to greet
a los pastores y pastoras de la Iglesia Evangélica de Venezuela.
all the priests of the
Hoy
Evangelic
conmemoran
Church
su día
of Venezuela
nacional oficial.
that today are commemorating the national day,
Y a todo el pueblo cristiano evangélico.
and all the evangelic
Pido de
people
ustedes sus
Christ-
oraciones
of
y
of
sus
Venezuela.
bendiciones.
I ask
Pido
from
de
you
ustedes
your
su
prayers
acompañamiento.
and blessings and your accompaniment.
Y tengan en mí un presidente también,
And always know you have in me
maestro que
a
tiene
president.
presidente obrero.
If I said to the workers, to teachers, that you have a president that is a worker like them, I said to the priests that you have a president
De Cristo Redentor.
in Christ,
Cristiano. De pensamiento, obra, oración y acción. Como nos enseñó nuestro Señor Jesucristo.
as our Lord Jesus Christ taught us,
De lo que se
of
pregona,
coherence.
lo que se piensa,
What we think, what we say, and what we do is as we live and what we do.
muy especial.
Special greeting.
El 2023,
In 2023,
donde quiera que se le mire, fue un año bueno.
no matter how we look at it, it was a good year of
De metas
progress,
cumplidas, de
of
mucho
goals achieved,
aprendizaje,
and lots of learning. We learned a
ir
lot
afinando
to continue tuning the
camino a la
methods,
prosperidad y el
the
bienestar.
path to well-being and prosperity that we will achieve.
Tengan ustedes la seguridad
Be certain of that we will achieve a well-being of prosperity and state. And we are fulfilling this and we will continue to fulfill it in conjunction with all as national union, transforming everything and changing anything that needs to change.
Mucho aprendizaje.
We learned a lot.
Esto no quiere decir
This
que hayamos
doesn't mean
estado exentos de problemas y
that we did
dificultades,
not face
de los cuales
challenges
estamos
and
muy
difficulties
conscientes.
that we are well aware
Un
of.
año de transición
It was a year of
en el que
transition
debíamos mantener y
in which
mejorar
we should have maintained
progresivamente
and better
los
progressively
estándares
our
alcanzados
standards
con mucho sacrificio y esfuerzo,
achieved under lots of
bajo
sacrifice and
condiciones
efforts in the same
adversas.
conditions,
Puesto,
adverse.
se puede decir,
In fact, we can say that
ha
2023
sido uno de los más
has been
exigentes,
one of the most demanding,
complejos y laboriosos
complex,
de la última
and
década.
years of the last
Por
decade.
tratarse del tercer año de
Perhaps
la
because it was the third year of continuous recovery
en su momento, el año pasado, la hiperinflación inducida
that
y
once
reactivada
we
del aparato
defeated the hyperinflation
debíamos
of the oil
mantener los
industry,
logros y cumplir con
we
las
were
crecientes
supposed
expectativas
to
y necesidades del
fulfill
pueblo.
with the agreements and the
Por
achievements.
eso, para presentar un panorama sensato
That's why to
sobre
present
todo justo
a
de los
sensible
triunfos
panorama
alcanzados
and
durante
just
estos últimos
of
2
all the
meses, 2
triumph
meses,
that we have
debemos
achieved
hacer
in the
un
last
doble
12 months,
balance.
we have to do two balances.
Uno, que
One
dé cuenta del impacto real
that
del bloqueo
figures the real
financiero
impact of the criminal blockade,
y otro,
and
que a
another
partir del primero
that from the
permita ver
first
el valor
allow us to
cualitativo
see
de
the
lo que hemos
value, the
logrado.
quality value of what we have achieved.
Un análisis y un balance con equilibrio.
An analysis, a well-balanced analysis,
Bomba y por dónde vamos avanzando nosotros.
where the bombs are dropping and from where we are going.
Acá no hay número pequeño
Here we don't have
ni
small
indicadores
numbers
modestos.
nor modest indicators.
Todo nos ha costado el doble
Everything has cost us the
o
double
quizá más. Quizás me quedo pequeño.
and maybe even more.
Nos ha costado
Maybe
mucho.
it's a small figure to say just double. And I say it as a country,
Son del país. Los
because
logros
our achievements are from the country,
no.
not from one man.
Yo cumplo mi papel
I fulfill with my role.
plenamente ejerciendo mi liderazgo.
I fully fulfill my leadership.
Pero aquí quien
But
cumple el
here,
gran papel
who
es
plays
todo
the
un
greatest role is
Es
the whole
Venezuela
country.
toda.
It's Venezuela.
Es todo un pueblo
It's our people,
movilizado en el
mobilized
trabajo, en el
in
estudio,
work,
en
in
la
study,
creación,
in
en la
creation,
ciencia, en la
in
tecnología.
science and technology.
Quizás más del doble.
Maybe more than double.
Habría que evaluarlo.
We will need to evaluate.
Ustedes que me están evaluando aquí.
You that are evaluating me
Por eso,
today
antes de
here.
pasar a los enunciados y estadísticas del 2023,
That's why before going to the statistics of 2023, we must see
las que hemos tenido
the
que
real
trabajar.
conditions on which we have to
No el
work.
presidente y los ministros,
Not the president and the ministers,
no los diputados,
not even the deputies,
gobernadores,
governors.
no, nada más. Cuando hablo de las condiciones en
When
que
I
hemos
speak
tenido
of the
que trabajar,
conditions that we had to
refiero a
work,
los más de 30
I
millones
refer to the more than 30 million Venezuelans.
Me refiero al trabajo
I refer to the
de los
work
productores agrícolas,
of all
campesinos,
the
campesinas,
producers in the
pescadores,
agricultural sector,
pescadoras,
farmers,
empresarios,
fishers,
empresarias,
businessmen,
obreros, mi amada
workers,
clase obrera,
my beloved working class,
emprendedores,
entrepreneurs,
maestros,
teachers,
estudiantes,
students,
intelectuales,
intellectuals,
hombres y mujeres de la cultura,
men and women of
Venezuela
culture,
toda,
Venezuela as a whole,
protagonista de esta épica del
protagonists
siglo
of
XXI,
this
de
important
manera muy
epic
ejemplar
of the
vivimos y
21st century,
contamos
that
con el
very
mundo
exemplary we
con
live
hechos
and we
verdaderos.
tell the world with true
Ha
facts.
sido difícil,
It has been
pero no
difficult, but
imposible.
not impossible.
Desde el 2015,
From 2015,
cuando empezó frontalmente la agresión,
when the aggression began directly, the economic war,
primeros indicios de bloqueo mundial,
the first moments of blockade,
la producción petrolera cayó
oil production fell by an 87%.
no había financiamiento en ningún lugar del mundo
There was no financing in any part of the world
de todos los equipos petroleros.
of all the oil equipment, the the spare parts, 87%,
llegando a su nivel más bajo
reaching its lowest level
en el durísimo año 2020,
in the year 2020
139,000 barriles diarios.
of 339 barrels
A
a
los
day,
2.5 millones
in
de
the face of the
barriles
2.5 millions that we used to produce in January 2015.
antes llegamos inclusive a producir 3 millones de
Before we even got to produce 3 million of barrels
llevó el comandante
in
Chávez,
that decade that was led by the Commander Hugo Chavez.
3 millones de barriles,
3 million of barrels,
un poco más de $100 el barril,
a little bit over $100 a barrel,
sin descuentos de ningún tipo.
without any discounts for the country.
Venezuela dejó de producir
Venezuela stopped producing
por culpa de las sanciones, la
due to the persecution and sanctions and blockade from the US.
993 millones de barriles de petróleo,
3,900
una pérdida
millions
para el
of oil
país
barrels,
de
which was a loss
323,000 millones de dólares.
of 323 billion US dollars.
En los misiles que cayeron en la industria petrolera,
And that was only in the missiles that fell on the oil industries. We stopped
323,000
having an
millones de
income
dólares.
of over $300 billion.
Y ministra de
Ms.
Finanzas,
Vice President and Finance Minister,
esto a veces poco lo explicamos al país.
we at times explain this little.
Ricardo Menéndez,
Mr. Vice President Ricardo Menendez and Vice President of Communications.
quizás hace falta un
Perhaps we need
curso superior, compañero
to explain this more.
Cabello Rondón. Ustedes que están al frente de la batalla
You that are in the front
nacional de
of the
calle,
communication battle at this, on the streets.
hay que hacer un esfuerzo superior
We have to make a great effort so that all Venezuela knows and is aware
pasado,
of what has happened
cuando nos caían las bombas al lado.
when we had bombs falling over us.
Genocidio económico se ha cometido contra Venezuela.
It was a genocide,
Genocidio económico.
an economic genocide that was committed against Venezuela.
Maestro y luz de esta asamblea. 323,000 millones de dólares.
Over $323 billion, Mr. Ambassadors.
Las pérdidas totales de la economía
The total losses of our national economy,
privado
this public and private sector,
cayeron en sus empresas privadas.
because these sanctions also fell on your private sector, it went over to 5%, without raw materials, without spare parts.
Eso tampoco se ha dicho.
We have not said that either.
El testimonio histórico que decir aquí,
That's why I have to say it here.
como el sector privado,
How the private sector
empresarios del país,
businessmen of our country
de manera heroica,
also resisted heroically
sus empresas
to maintain
ahora
their
están
companies
aprendiendo
afloat
los motores
and now
para un nuevo crecimiento,
growing
para un nuevo avance.
for a new progress, new advance.
Es imposible que el país avance
It's impossible for the country to advance
unión entre
without such powerful
el gobierno
union
y la empresa
between the
privada.
public
Es imposible.
enterprise, the government, and the
Hemos ido
private
logrando niveles
enterprise.
altísimos
We have achieved the highest level of coordination
para ir logrando
to fulfill,
pasar del genocidio económico
to go from
a la
the
resistencia
economic genocide
crecimiento,
to resistance to growth, to the creation of wealth and production and prosperity, Mr. President of the Bank of Venezuela. We must also talk about this.
constitucional autónomo, Calixto Ortega, Calixto el joven,
Calixto Ortega, the president of the bank.
Calixto es menos joven. Venezuela dejó de producir 323,000 millones de dólares.
Venezuela stopped producing
Totales de la
$323
economía
billion.
nacional, público y privado,
The total loss of the economy at a national level, in terms of a drop of the gross domestic product between 2015 and 2023,
millones de dólares. Un genocidio.
it was over 600,000 millions of dollars, an economic genocide. After all those sanctions against Venezuela, those are the responsible. Those that asked for the sanctions, those that demanded the sanctions, those that justified the sanctions, and those that imposed the sanctions, They are the culprits and accomplices of this genocide and economic massacre that Venezuela suffered from the year 2015 to our days. This is a calculation, Ms. Vice President, only to the year 2023, $644,000 million. This is the value of the production that was not made, products that were not created, services that were not delivered, and incomes that were reduced due to the economic genocide, due to the impact of the sanctions on the economy of our country. And I know there are people in our working class, even though not knowing about this data that today I'm making public, they are aware of what we have suffered and how we have resisted, and they have kept the support. The working class has kept the support of the Bolivarian Revolution created by Commander Hugo Chavez and support the President Nicolas Maduro. Their love, their support, and their loyalty in all circumstances of this economic genocide, of this massacre that violated the labor rights, the income. To this we can add cash, referring to the US dollar bill, the eco dollar, you could say, because it's green. They stole from us, they froze our cash, our effective, over $22,000 million, including 32 tons of gold that continue to be kidnapped in London, in the United Kingdom. And the frozen and blocked account in the whole financial system in the world. True actions of war. In 2023, these sanctions that continue to be in effect today, they continue hindering the functioning of our economies and the public finances and of foreign commerce, and also the movement of Venezuelans. To this date, 40 airplanes of our Venezuelan company Conviasa continues to be under sanctions. A big airplane, cargo plane, that bases its works on commerce and solidarity with the world, a powerful aircraft from the company teleSUR continues to be kidnapped, hijacked by the judicial party of the Republic of Argentina that has kidnapped illegally, violating all norms of civil aviation, of international civil aviation. That's why Venezuela will do all necessary legal actions against those that kidnap this plane, and will sanction, and all those that sanction our country. They have sanctioned 39 ships of PDVSA, the ones in charge of foreign commerce, of our oil industry. They continue to be under sanction. Our public bank also is blocked. There are more than 150 public companies and private companies, national and foreign, sanctioned because they work in Venezuela or with Venezuela. Not only in the public sector, but even private companies, they continue to have difficulties to have access to the international SWIFT system to carry out transactions at the international level. So the sanctions stayed for the purchase of medicine in the international market, like for the food and equipment for public services that we continue to have to be finding in other places. All the shipment of medicines, all the spare parts, all the necessary equipment for the functioning of our health system, of our public services, which triples the prices that any company pays for these products.
Toda transacción financiera,
All financial transaction,
compañera, blanqueado, Pedro Infante. Toda transacción financiera
all financial transactions, international,
que realiza el gobierno de
that the government of Venezuela carries out
riesgo de ser
is always
secuestrada,
at risk to be kidnapped, hijacked, and detained,
congelados debido a la
frozen
amenaza de las sanciones.
due to the threat of sanctions.
Con el sistema de la compañía guipuzcoana,
I've compared this with the system of the company Wipocama
mayor,
that we must study.
en Santa Ella. Usted está en su día tan elegante, vino hoy de irse. ¿Ah? Hay que intensificar la enseñanza de la historia
We must strengthen the teaching of history in schools,
en la calle.
on the streets.
Experiencia que
The experience
padres
that our
libertadores
founding fathers, liberator fathers, endure
décadas a lo que después fue la lucha de la independencia al enfrentar las sanciones
that moved forward for decades the fights for independence and the sanctions
guipuzcoana.
that we have to face in the oppressive regime of the Wipocama campaign. And it's the same that we are suffering now, the same type of oppressive campaign. And it's the one that we are
Se llama OFAC
working,
y queda ya en Washington.
as our liberators did, to fight against this company, which then was Wipocama, today is
Contra
OFAC.
el presidente constitucional de Venezuela,
The sanctions against the constitutional president of Venezuela, against the most important leaders of Venezuela in the political, civil, and military sectors,
contra todos los poderes
and
públicos
against
del
all
país,
public powers of the country, including the judicial power,
el poder electoral,
and the electoral power continues to have effect today.
incluso la orden del Departamento de
Even the order of the State Department of Justice
Justicia
that puts a price
a mi cabeza como jefe de
to my
Estado,
head as head of state and other high officials
ridículamente
continues in effect.
la amenaza, la agresión
Threats and aggressions.
imperial
The imperial scheme that has not worked and will never work
con nuestro país como
against our people, against our country.
imperio norteamericano.
I tell you this, Northern American Empire,
Jamás con
your policies have never worked and will never work against our nation.
los cobardes.
We were not born on the day of the cowards.
No nació el día de los
Our people was not born on the day of the cowards. It was not founded on the day of the cowards. We were born on the day of the brave, of the patriotism, of patriots, of those that believe in the future, of those that will fight unto the last drop of blood
por el destino de nuestra nación.
for the destiny of our people.
De ahí venimos,
From there we come,
un saldo duro,
a hefty price that we have to face,
estas las sanciones.
while sanctions still exist, which will always be a force
Obstaculiza la
that puts obstacles to our immediate recovery
recobra con retroactividad
on charges,
saldos sociales y laborales contra el pueblo. Ciertamente nuestra
and it's the people that pays the prices.
en entender a los Estados Unidos
Certainly our diplomacy has managed to make
también afectan la economía global.
that our sanctions also affect global economy, and in particular the economy of the states.
Seguido,
And like that we have achieved talks and negotiations
que han dado algunos primeros pasos
that have given the first steps
para el levantamiento de algunas,
for the lifting of some licenses.
pero el objetivo central
But the main objective
será
is and will always be, and we will achieve this,
total todas las
the lifting, the full lifting of all the sanctions against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Venezuela no es una colonia
Venezuela is not a colony
que se conforma con permisos parciales.
that has enough with small permissions,
Del siglo XIX.
as the Wipocama Company did in the 19th century and in the 18th century.
Venezuela está unida,
Venezuela is united,
decidida a luchar
firm and decided to fight
para el gran objetivo
until we reach our great objective, the lifting of all illegal sanctions against our country.
avanzado en el 2023.
All that we have made progress in 2023, we've made it in defiance and overcoming these obstacles that continue to put a brake, but will never fully break our development. We have denounced them and we will continue to denounce all these illegal acts against the social rights and sovereignty of Venezuela. of these evil attacks. If it were not for these evil attacks, be sure that we will have the levels, our national project, Simón Bolívar, we will have the same levels that we had in 2013 with all the goals that were established in those objectives in the Homeland Plan in 2013, and we would have reached the great objective of Venezuela as a superpower. Today in 2024, Venezuela would have reached this great objective of being a power, and it continues to be our objective in the future. We only need to review the variables of the growth of labor rights and social rights that our people has a lot in comparison to other nations in Latin America, and that's why we have to continue fighting to keep our model, and that's why they are trying to do everything possible to prevent our model, to prevent our growth, because they cannot allow a Latin American country, socialist, anti-imperialist, proves that we can have a very successful model that is contrary to capitalism and neoliberalism and all the expressions that come from the aggressive capitalist model. We have to say with a very specific plan against this modality of multidimensional war, we develop and we continue developing a concrete agenda comprised in 2023 by 8 lines of actions and of work that allow us to achieve 12 goals, very important, corresponding to the 8 lines created to go through the year 2023. And we also achieve, aside from these 12 goals, one great objective, that's how I call it. We wish to declare a victory this new year. And I mean that we created a grand scheme of national consensus, 5 consensus of dialogue, dynamic, plural, and pragmatic that allows to advance in the priority dimensions and necessary for the homeland. The year 2023 was a hinging point that put together 2 periods, the period of immense efforts of their economic recovery in midst of the attacks of 2018, with a new stage of growth, of political and creation in the country. It was a nexus that had the experience of all the actors of national life. That capacity of coming together that we achieved in 2023 allow us to close cycles and correct and restart processes without stopping. Today we are presenting a summary of qualitative achievements without losing sight where we stand and the size of the challenges we face. We are not here to celebrate victory. No one can claim victory still. We are constructing, we are building of a process, a path for the greatest victories in the future for our homeland. We are not here to call for victory today, but we are not here also to fall asleep. We will not underestimate the problems and conspiracy that still exist and affect our people. All those calamities caused by the economic war are still inside our pending accounts that we have visualized, that we have to solve now and in real time. We must take into account that for a person takes seconds to destroy, it takes humans decades to rebuild. We already had to face that very first stages of this destructive force, not from one person mainly, but from thousands of economic bombs that since 2015 till today have kept on firing from the North American empire. That's why these 12 goals and the super objective, national objective that we call like this, are not a result of improvisations, but the result of a plan, of a strategy, of a vision, of a team, and of a people that have come together from a year ago that from this center allow us to mark the path of work for the year 2023. Our first line of work, we must remember, it was to consolidate the growth, the economic growth, with equality. We call it strategic line number 1. It seems they changed my tea, but this new tea is not exactly the best. This comes at an awful time because I was inspired here, and this tea, chamomile tea, has put me out of my game. Well, where was I? Our first line of work was to consolidate the growth of economy with equality, and this is vital. These are variables that are not taken into account by capitalist government, where economies triumph on the detriment of social justice. However, what we have done, we have proposed, with transformation of our economic model, a diversified model of high development of the productive force to continue advancing towards that objective. That has been in the times of illegal sanctions, our main objective, to contain the economic war and prevent that it completely annihilate the world state of our people. I can say today, in the framework of the economic recovery plan, we managed 3 of the 12 goals that we had for 2023. The first achieved task, to decelerate and control inflation. The second achieved task, to consolidate the exchange balance that came during the economic war. And the third objective, the real growth of our economy and of national production of oil and the non-oil production as well. 3 pillars necessary to gear the welfare system of our nation. Inflation continues to be the main enemy to defeat in any economy, and in ours that is blockaded and persecuted, despite being the priority job, is the most difficult because all the legal sanctions go against the incomes of our country, which affects the money that we have to be able to purchase in the international market. Inflation also impacts our daily life of our workers because it destroys the power, the purchasing power of our more vulnerable sectors. I have to say that the measures that we have taken have been the most appropriate. That's why on the month of December in this recently ended year in 2023, we managed to reduce inflation in 3 percentage points in comparison with the year before, reaching the lowest inflation rate, monthly inflation rate. And I can say that in January of this year, we're going to have also the lowest monthly income of inflation in more than a decade of inflation. We hope I continue this every day. If we remember, when the far right turned the economy in their battlefield, when they committed to turn the economy into the battlefield for their hate, for their interest, the petty interest, in their ambition to assault the political power in Venezuela, their first attack was against our currency, against the value of our currency. They disappeared all the coins of our currency. It was a moment, I don't know if you remember, that our coins were almost gone. Their first attack was against our currency and the exchange rate, which made it unsustainable for a time. And if you remember, in 2014, the gravest of distortion that have been committed in our country and in our continent. Venezuela will consolidate their definite victory against inflation with the favor of God, the productive work, and the generation of wealth to an annual inflation of 2 digits, which is the goal that we have for this year, to continue advancing against this scourge, to control this scourge. That is why a second goal, very important for this year, but in particular of 2023, to advance in the economic growth inequality, was the exchange rate, which is directly related with the income of workers. In 2023, our country registered the lowest increment of dollar, which is encouraging and comes from a great sacrifice and a great effort. And our objective this year is to consolidate stability, to maintain inflation and control it and bring it down to a record low. For its part, the private sector, together with the public sector, we actively participate in the consolidation of a new exchange system in Venezuela. And I can say it's an exchange system that works healthily and balanced. And I want to thank inversionists, national inversionists, and international inversionists that take part directly in this exchange system. The third task in this first line was precisely the growth of national production in the oil and non-oil sector. Venezuela, with 100 years of independent oil industry, we have to change to the growth of the non-oil sector because it's vital, it's essential. Where the main industry of the country was able to pay for their own functioning, I would say the first industry before the impossibility of investment from the international investment system. So we had to work with our guts. We are clear with that. We had to work with our guts. So what we produce and the money that we deliver to the nation, we always take an important percentage to maintain that oil production, to continue growing every year, constantly and sustain, but with our own guts, with our own efforts, all by ourselves, with our own efforts, thanks to the management capacity of PDVSA and their workers. That industry is being recovered at a sustainable pace. Let's see the figures then. In the year 2023, with 10 trimesters of continued growth, which is a good news for our country and our economy. Also, the gross domestic product in the farmer sector grew for 7 consecutive semesters, thanks to the great mission Agro Venezuela, founded by the commander Hugo Chavez and relaunched by myself in the year 2020 amid the pandemic in a video conference that I did from my home. Who remembers? Do you remember that video conference? One was there sitting with the camera and would talk with the different regions of the country. Well dressed, but under we were completely undressed, underdressed. With shorts, we were in our own homes. We were comfortable. From the waist down, we were comfortable, and from the waist up, we were very decent. You didn't know that. Don't tell me you did not do that. I'm sure that in Carlos Sotero's homes, they were also in shorts. Well, in 2020, amidst the pandemic, amidst the conspirations and aggressions, we did a re-engineering, a revision, a consultation with the farmers' movement of the country, and we reviewed the great agenda, the mission of Agro Venezuela, and today we have 7 consecutive semesters of growth, with a closing for the year 2023 of 5 percentage points of gross domestic agricultural products. Take note. Which has taken to a level of self-sustainability in terms of food unprecedented. Levels of the foods that we consume in Venezuela, we went from 85% of imports to 97%. And this year we were talking with the bank. Today this year we have the goal to be able to supply 100% of all food products from national production. Vital food, which is vital, it's always been said. Rodriguez Araquez always said this. And you know this, the nations that have managed to reach maximum development, among them China. China that has made an economic miracle is the main power today in terms of economy. Russia. How much did Russia suffer in the last years in their economy? The ambassadors I see here, the ambassador of Turkey, the ambassador from India, they know big countries. Surely China and India for a decade, little bit more. They're going to be the first and second country in terms of economic superpower in production, with the biggest gross domestic product in the world. In last centuries, once in history, they already were one. Russia, said President Putin, everything that is called Russia, they suffer the same taxes of multi-dimensional war that we have suffered. So Russia, at the hands of the great President Vladimir Putin, continues to grow. It became the 5th economy to the first economy of Europe, while Europe regretfully entering the path of sanctioning Russia, they went down, and the European economy went down. The Russian economy, what it did instead was to go up. So what can we learn from here? What is the basic in the main things of an independence model, of economic independence? Is the production of our own foods. And Venezuela is going to begin, as it's already becoming, not only a producer of our own foods with great quality and healthy produce. The debate that we have currently of between organic and non-organic, Today we only produce organic foods
para la salud de un pueblo. El
for the
alimento
well-being and
que llega a la
health
boca,
of our people. The food that you take to your mouth has no poison in it,
además, las 4S, ¿no?
aside from the 4S.
Alimentación de artillería, las 4S. Come sano,
You must
sabroso,
eat healthy,
seguro,
deliciously,
soberano.
safely,
Soberano
and
100%
sovereign.
soberano.
Always sovereign, 100%. This year, 2024,
Seguir el rumbo
is going to be
y
sovereign
agradezco a
food,
los
and we're going to
productores
continue
agrícolas
following
del
this
país.
path, and I thank the
¿Que hay
producers
dificultades?
of our
Hay
country.
todavía.
And of course,
¿Que las
there are
vamos a
still
resolver?
difficulties.
Las
And
vamos
are
a
we going to overcome them?
pasado también
Yes,
contó
we are.
con la cifra
Last year, we also had the figures
44.000
of
toneladas
244,000
de captura
metric tons
pesquera y producción
of
agrícola,
fishing,
mostrando un crecimiento del
showing a growth of 13%
de la
in the
pesca
growth of fishing
en relación
in
al año
relation
2022.
with the year 2022.
La captura pesquera se incrementó
Fishing
25%
went over by 25%,
186
reaching
toneladas. Ahí está una de las láminas, la número 3 de la captura pesquera.
there we have one of the presentations, number 3 of the fishing
Producción acuícola
achievements.
creció un
The production that has grown from 20% also
toneladas con la producción de camarón,
of shrimps.
camarón que no se duerme. El camarón venezolano lidera las exportaciones
So Venezuelan shrimps
de
lead
productos del mar al
exports
mundo
in
con
terms of sea exports in the world,
1% de producción
with a 98%
2022.
production
Está una de las láminas
higher
número 3
than in the year 2022.
lámina para que ustedes vean 2022 correcto y 2023. Igualmente la producción acuícola
Likewise, the
lámina número
production
4, de 32.000 toneladas a 38.000 toneladas,
from
un crecimiento del 20% y
had also an increase in the shrimps in terms of 20%, and there's room to growth even more.
todavía pudiéramos decir hemos avanzado
Today we can say we have advanced in fishing. In this development, we have advanced, but we are still in our diapers. We are still in our infant stages.
falta más trabajo,
We
más
need more work,
más inversión,
more
para apoyar
investment
a los
to
trabajadores,
support the workers,
emprendedores, empresarios,
entrepreneurs, and businessmen
pesca
that are in the fishing sector.
completo, mar Caribe gigantesco,
We have a whole
fachada atlántica,
world in terms of the sea. We have the Caribbean Sea, the facade of the Atlantic. We have an immense world ahead of us.
la producción agropecuaria creció en 5.5%.
The agricultural production grew by 5.5%.
Había dicho 5%, 5.
I had said 5% before, now I'm correcting. It's 5.5%.
Si recuerdan, 5,
A lucky number, right? Remember 5, 5, 5, 5 times C. Yes. So look here also, agricultural production 5.5, reaching 19 million tons of metric tons.
población ganadera creció en 3.
The cattle production grew in 3.3% as well. This is a good detail
metros de carne, más que
to become exporters of meat.
3.9 millones
3.9 million
ganado vacuno, ovino,
cattle head.
caprino. Qué motivados están los productores.
How motivated are our producers in Venezuela
Me detengo en este
in the
punto
production
brevemente
of milk?
para decir la producción de carnes rojas
I stop briefly in this point.
con el
The
crecimiento
production of red meat
bufalino.
coincided with the year of buffalo's meat. Important.
Tú eres productor de
Carlos Sanchez, you are a producer of beef
y vinculado a la
and very well related with the producers of buffalo meat.
que llegó a 3 millones
There are 3,700,000
animales
animals,
bufalinos,
the buffalo sector,
bufalino de alta calidad,
and with the best quality. The milk that it produces
la carne
and the meat,
exquisita,
exquisite
sana,
and very healthy,
nutriente, baja en colesterol,
with lots of nutrients and low in cholesterol. It's a very well recommended meat that don't want to have issues with cholesterol.
el consumo de carnes rojas per cápita,
This also influenced
quesos,
the consumption of red meat per person, but also in the production of cheese, which today makes us the second major producer of cheese in Latin America. So step by step, we're going far. There we have the production in the report, in the figure number 5, that could only be explained by him. I invite him to come to different television shows, to television programs, to explain what we're seeing. I'm glad. My heart is full with joy and pride. When we announce these numbers that I'm going to announce, we have reached 100% of sovereign production. And we are referring in terms of coffee, banana, yuca, white cheese, milk, carrot, peppers, pineapples, guava, watermelon, potatoes, all with national seeds, onions, fresh fish, tomatoes, beef, chicken, and pork, 100% national production. And in many cases, we are in conditions to move forward with the export of these products. There is a microphone over. Maybe you can help me a little bit, Carlos. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, definitely that result comes as a result of our farmers, of the work of our farmers, that now even have their own brands, their productions that have been created, and they've been working in the strengthening of the quality. There are some areas that the growth has been exponential in terms of brand, that before there was a monopoly with only one product. Now we have more than 100 products in one category in particular. And what you were referring in terms of cheese, our country has become the second greatest producer of cheese in the continent, only overcome by Argentina. It has been as a consequence of the increase of the milk that the buffalo sector is bringing in. The first, which makes us the first country in terms of production of buffalo meat and milk in the continent. And those little bars that you see in the paper, the light blue color is the vegetable production, and the other is the production in chicken sector. And in terms of cattle, it's a wild cattle today, has the best genetics in the continent, as alongside Brazil and Mexico. So under suggestion of the central bank, that in the sustained development will take us mandatory to exports, which will continue exports, and this will lower the cost of production and will make us produce more, and we'll have better numbers. Can see this? Before we were not allowed to export. Now we are being obliged to become exporters of our produce. So businessmen, we have to be ready. We have to be ready for all the sectors of our economy. We have to be ready to bring all our products outside Venezuela. How things in Guaira? Diosdado, they brought me a hat from Guaira. Can I accept that hat? Well, I believe in national unity. And if I believe in this, we have to be united people from Caracas and Guayras. I believe that in Caracas things are difficult. Things are looking bad, and I think today is going to be the year of Guayras. If Guayra wins the championship, we bring the carnival forward. This is like that program. I don't remember the name. Que batazo la suerte. Old program. That's like you have the call from a friend. How do they refer to that call? So in this exam, I had different opportunities, different comodines, as in the games, in the TV program, and I already used my first. Now these results in our industry did not come from nowhere. It's a result of a sustained effort for 25 years, of the future vision, of investment and work that Commander Hugo Chavez began all those years back to prioritize production and invest in technology to end the land ownership that kept all the majority of fertile grounds without producing, putting to waste the potential that was gifted to Venezuela by God. Venezuela has one of the best climate, fertile soil, abundant sources of water, and a people that loves to work, that has returned to the fields to work. In this sense, we have remained firm in the path towards a revolution in the agricultural sector created by the Commander Chavez. The only possibility to achieve food sovereignty. That's why we continue forward with the policy of democratization of the land from the year 2001. And I have to say this. 25 years later, Venezuela has been more democratic in terms of lands and titles of lands. 13.9 million hectares have been given to farmers, bringing to the national production 427,000 families, overcoming the false goal agrarian reform of the 40 years of the Second Republic. No one be offended by this. 427,000 families that own their land, that have their title, and have more support to produce in this productive vision of the great mission Agro Venezuela. None of this is spontaneous. It's been one of the result of one of the most important consensus that we have reached, the transformation of our economic model that has allowed us to design new mechanisms and instruments to produce in the small, medium, and large companies with creativity, with innovation, putting the interests of the country and the great objective beforehand. One of them is the strengthening of our wallets that in the year 2023 grew by 94% of credits, our credit wallet of the national system of Venezuela. Another of the important mechanisms created recently, thanks to our plan of economic recovery, is the agricultural sector that in January last year was $39 million. And at the end of 2023, we were seeing $218 million in the new wallet for food for agricultural sector, which is a growth of over 500%, because to produce, we must invest. Things do not come from out of nowhere. The agricultural fund has been and continues to be a success because it stimulates and promotes and strengthens national production of food for the consumption of outside and inside Venezuela for exports. 10 years ago, we could have never imagined this happening. I want to say there in the figure number 6 that shows the growth of the internal credit. Ms. Vice President, I would like to comment on your part of the healthy functioning of the bank system and thank the public bank and the private sector, private banks, to attend the call that have made years after year in the bank. If we could have it there, Ms. Vice President, Dr. Delso Rodriguez. Thanks, Mr. President. As you have said, in the productive expansion of Venezuela must be accompanied by the activity of financing. Here, the public bank and the private bank, their representatives are here. They know there has been a policy that has allowed that during the year 2023, exactly that expansion that goes straight to the productive activity over the financing exclusively of the consumption. So everything that has to do with the increase in development in the agricultural sector, the fishing sector, is directly related with this policy of financing. And well, as you have asked, we have asked us to expand for this year 2024 to other sectors in the national arena, also to have this financial activity directly. Also, Mr. President, we have to point out the leading bank of the country is the Bank of Venezuela, which is a public bank, is the leader in terms of clients, in credit activity, is also in the attention of social programs, the programs of entrepreneurs, in the great mission that you created for all the Venezuelan women. It has all to do with this push for credits and for the financial activity. So we have closed a year 2023 with increasing financing activity, but also we have increased, Mr. President, all the work done in the public and private bank. This is the path that we're going to keep going on this year 2024 to strengthen growth, to strengthen financial activity, and that in general, what has to do with the activity of the public and private bank can also create resources for the country. Thank you very much. Also, a very important element is what we have here in the figure number 7. A big important achievement. I don't know if you remember the images that were put on all TV medias and on social media of lack of supplies, of the scarcity of supplies, stores empty, and on that basis of that economic war, they made that awful offer of the last line in 2015. The forces of evil won the elections, and the far right took over the National Assembly, and in 5 years destroyed all the institutions. They destroyed the economy. They called for an invasion. Do you remember this? Well, with the national effort, I can say to all our compatriots, our beloved compatriots, all that work to create, to innovate, that we have managed a supply that we can consider to be record, with the increasing of production, of national production, together with the commercial activity within Venezuela ourselves. We have generated to a level of supplies in stores of 96.7%, which is a figure for journalists to put in their headlines. We have supplies of 96.7% managed, achieved, and made possible in times of economic war and blockade and imperialist aggression against our country. Don't forget these journalists, newspaper, medias in general, to highlight this. There you can see how precisely, little by little, We continue to advance coming out from the pandemic in 2021, 2022, and 2023. There we have it. You can see this here. Numbers which are more important is that we can see this in our streets. It is a great achievement. With lots of sacrifice and efforts, we managed this with national union. But this is something that they want to cover. They don't want to say. Because those that are always hating, for them it hurts, for them it burns when the country advances, when the country recovers. And where it hurts the most is in Washington. So Washington, take notes. We managed to do this with efforts and work and production all by ourselves. We managed to do this. Yes, we can. With union, with patriotism, with courage, with innovation and with intelligence, with a plan. As a team, we can, Venezuela. Yes, we can. I will also give you other data, other sectors, as the industrial sector, show an increase of over 20% in the third trimester in 2023. And at the same time, the commercial activity in the third trimester also saw growth, although in the last trimester should have grown a little bit more because of all the craziness of October, November, December, the commercial activity in the country. The private textile also grew in the third trimester. The production of food and beverages also saw signs of recovery during 10 continuous trimester. Tourism will be the new vanguard of the national economy, which is registering an important increase. I say that tourism is our secret weapon because Venezuela is a superpower in that sense, thanks to its beauty and diversity. So it can be a destiny for many people in the world. And we've had the number that for the first time in 10 years, we have more than 1 million the people that came from abroad. Last year with 1,200,000 tourists. They have gone down to zero before due to campaigns in medias. Don't go to Venezuela, they said. And the campaign was being done by the same people with the last names, Lopez. The campaign against Venezuela was began by Lopez, by Borges. Don't go to Venezuela, don't go to Venezuela. Who said this? Julio Borges, when he was the president of the National Assembly. The same evil people as always. All the Borges, Lopez, los Machados, Capriles, Ledesmas, better known as the Vampire of Madrid. Ledesma that only comes out at night to see who they can bite. The last time that we registered a similar figure was in the year 2013, 10 years ago. This is to say that in 2023, we received 25% more tourists, foreigners, in relation to 2022. In 2023, over 70 tourist routes were validated because we're validating the touristic route on the field, and it has a high demand, technical demand for access of this beauty. So 70 tourist routes were validated in 19 states of the country for foreigners and nationals. That word extranjera, foreigner, I've never liked it. For us, they are not foreigners. For us, they're just people that come from the world, international. We closed the month of December with an increase of 56%. It is to say, in the holiday seasons of celebration of New Year's Eve, 11 million people moved. Venezuelans moved in the country all over the nation, went to other destinations. You say they moved for recreational purposes. As a great poet once said, we're a marvelous country in movement. Greetings, Mr. President. Effectively, the tourism sector is called to be a fundamental element for the economic growth of our model. As you have said, it is a secret weapon of foreign arrivals. In 2013, received the first unilateral coercive measure against it from the government of the US and the European Union, and plagued Venezuela with sanctions, which made a drop by 2019 of a 70% drop in foreigners traveling to Venezuela. In 2022, we've managed to bring back this, and in 2023, we saw 1.2 million foreigners arriving in the country, with a clear projection from the year 2024 to reach the 5. In terms of the routes in the year 2021, have been validated together with 19 regional governments and 73 mayorships. We've managed to develop together tourist communities, different sectors and the community sector, and the providers of tourist service. For example, in the state of Lara yesterday, not only was the route that we know of the Divine Pastor, but other routes were also come together here in terms of history, culture, which made possible that hundreds of thousands of visitors to the state of Lara from Venezuela and the world could also enjoy all these different routes beyond the religious route. That's why we have stated, Mr. President, that all the state of Venezuela, we are going to achieve in the year 2024 more than 100 tourist routes validated by science to support in the economic growth and the development and social inclusion in Caracas and in all states. Something that we talk about with Minister Jorge Arriaza. Tourist routes, the businessmen, they only go to tourism. So then come the tourists, then come the companies, and I want to go to this route, and they go to Pure. I want to go to the tourist route of Shiva. I want to go to the tourist route of Caracas. A very good one. You know the historical importance, dear brothers of Latin America and Caribbean. Colombia, from Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Panama. With the countries that were liberated directly by the army of Simon Bolivar. Do you know the greatness for us, Latin Americans, and also for the world, to be able to go to Caracas and be in the home where Simon Bolivar was born, the giant of the times, the giant of America, Simon Bolivar. Or to go to Cumaná, that aside from the beach, to go to Turimiquire, to receive teachings with Fernando Soto, to see the guerrilla front.
pero además ir a Cumaná,
but also go to
ir a
Cumaná
la casa
and
natal
go
del
to
don
the
José de Sucre.
birthplace
Ay,
of Don
embajador
Jose
del
de
Perú,
Sucre, ambassador of
un
Peru.
orgullo, una felicidad,
It is a
un amor
pride,
creciente.
it's a
Estar en
growing
la
love
casa de
to be in
Sucre,
the home of Sucre,
o ir al Zulia,
or
a
go to Zulia,
Maracaibo,
a
a la
Maracaibo,
casa del gran general
to
en
the home of the
jefe,
great general in
Rafael
chief,
Urdaneta.
Rafael Urdaneta.
No digo más. El turismo,
Nothing more to say.
no se les olvide.
Tourism, don't forget.
El turismo
Tourism.
comunero, el turismo comunal. Quiero apostar el año
Tourism of the people.
2024
I want
al
to bet
desarrollo de las
to the
rutas
development
turísticas
of
comunales,
the
de las
people's
comunas y los
tourist
consejos
routes,
comunales.
of the
A
communes
abrir
and council
esa
of
puerta,
properties to open that
me
door.
lo garantizan.
I need this to be
Además de las
guaranteed.
rutas turísticas que ya estamos abriendo,
Aside from the touristic routes that are already being opened,
¿verdad? La gente va, disfruta,
it's going to be special. People go there and enjoy the good food.
en la ruta turística comunal, disfruta de una buena posada,
They enjoy from good
buena
inn,
piscina,
good
una buena playa,
pools, a good beach,
una buena caminata,
a good walk,
unos buenos bailes.
from good
Imagínense,
dances,
vaya
music.
a los consejos comunales de San Agustín,
Imagine you go to the communes of San Agustin.
los rusos y los polacos.
People from Russia and Poland,
Turistas rusos y polacos los he visto
Russian
aquí
tourists and
salsa en
Polish
San
tourists, they
Agustín,
go
en
over
la
there
finca de
and
Marín.
dance salsa
Ah,
in San Agustin.
cuando mira ese ruso y ese polaco llega, ustedes no saben
When that Russian and
en
that Polish
Polonia
arrives,
y en
the
Rusia
impact
la llegada
that
de los
has had
turistas a Venezuela y
in
regresan
Poland and
hablando
Russia, their
maravillas de
arrivals in
Venezuela,
Venezuela,
que lo único que se
that
puede
when they
hablar
go
de
back to
Venezuela,
their country,
maravilla,
they can only speak great things of Venezuela because
maravilla.
only great things can be spoken of Venezuela.
Uno se siente
One feels
orgulloso, feliz
proud,
de que se pueda
happy
hablar de Venezuela.
that good things can be said about Venezuela,
Cada vez más, maravilla.
and that's how it has to be even greater every time.
Ah, bueno, todo el país,
Now, why in the whole country?
vaya que, Arapito, Vallecito,
Baisito, repito,
va
all
de
those
Cumaná,
routes on their way to Cumaná.
correcto, el turismo, el turismo. El arma secreta
Tourism,
para vencer el rentismo.
our secret weapon.
Esto pudiera yo decir,
This I could
queridos
say,
compatriotas,
dear compatriots,
es un pequeño retrato
is a
de
more
la
portrait
Venezuela en construcción,
of the Venezuela that is being built.
de la Venezuela en transformación permanente.
The Venezuela is always transforming
Posible solo si vamos más allá del
and can
rentismo,
only be possible if we go
decididamente
beyond
en unión nacional,
in union
con firmeza, con un plan,
as a
con un
nation,
equipo.
firmly as a
Es
team.
posible por el nuevo modelo que
It is
diseñamos
possible
juntos,
thanks to the
en
new
las
model
mesas de diálogo,
that we signed together in the dialogue tables
con
with that
pensamiento
dogmatism,
científico
with scientific
y el
thinking
corazón puesto en
and the
el
heart
logro
put
de la prosperidad
on
nacional.
on the goal to achieve
Ahora también
national prosperity.
veamos cómo se va fortaleciendo paso a paso
Now we can also see
nuestra
how
actividad
step by
petrolera.
step our all
En el
activities
año 2023
strengthening.
creció
In the year 2023,
2.99%
it grew
en el
also
tercer trimestre,
in the third trimester
incremento del
with an increase
14% de
of
extracción
14%
de petróleo
of
crudo
extraction
y
of
gas
crude
natural,
oil and natural gas,
generando un aumento
generating
de las
an
exportaciones
increase in
petroleras y la
exports
recuperación.
and in recovery.
A continuación detallo algunas cifras
I will provide some
de
numbers
nuestra industria
in our
PDVSA, ahora
PDVSA
golpeada,
industry,
perseguida y agredida
persecuted and
preciso, demostró la fortaleza de
attacked,
sus
showed
capacidades y
strength and
habilidades
capacity
que conllevaron a superar las adversidades
that
creadas
led them to overcome the adversities created by the
por
illegal
las
blockade
corruptas que han pasado en varias administraciones
and by the corrupt mafias that have been in charge of this in other
penetraron
administrations
en la industria, se pusieron al servicio de los planes de desestabilización
that
del
took
Estado.
over the industry and put the industry in service of
PDVSA
destruction plans against our
entró en
nation.
recuperación de esas
PDVSA
mafias
entered
bandidas y
in the
corruptas
recovery phase from
y en
that
el
corrupted
año
mafia
2023
in the year 2023.
cerró
It closed,
entregando a la nación
delivering to the nation
6.230
$6,230
millones
million US dollars
directos.
straight to the nation.
Siempre me gusta comentar esto, porque el ingreso petrolero en el país llegó a ser de 54.000 millones de dólares.
Because the oil income in the country was
Millones
$54,000
de barriles
million. with 3 million barrels of oil produced every day when there were no sanctions. And from one year to the other, I repeat it and I say it again and again, because overnight we went from $54,000 million to just a few hundreds. Last year we reached a higher number, so we are getting step, a modest step, but we have done it thanks to our own efforts, with our guts. Modest efforts. The increase is modest. I wanted more. I aspired more. This year I hope for more. So teleSUR, put your seatbelts on and give it hard. Because we can. We can do more. Way more. With Maduro more. teleSUR, more. We come from 54 million to 700, and now 1,000, then 3,000. Last year we got to 5,000. Today I can say we have reached to 6,200 million delivered from PDVSA to the Republic, which is one of the greatest incomes that the Republic has. And with this money, we pay incomes necessary to maintain the missions in health and education, which we have free, with quality, free health, free education, both with the best qualities. We deliver 500,000 houses a year. We get some of the things that we need to buy from abroad, especially medicine, foodstuff, spare parts. Before we had 54,000 millions. That's the truth. I tell you, we will recover this. Because what we'll never do is surrender. To kneel before the empire. To surrender the flag of the homeland. We will never betray Bolívar. We will never betray Hugo Chavez. What we're going to do, we're going to continue working hard, moving forward, and continue to shift our own path, our own formulas, in a multidimensional way, overcoming war. Also, we have been doing important new alliances with companies from the world, following important investments guaranteed by the Constitution, by our laws. In many occasions, we have to work, as the great Jose Marti said, Ambassador Dagoberto. Jose Marti, liberator of Cuban life, of the people. One of the great liberators of Latin America lived in the 19th century was Jose Marti. Impressive. The knowledge of Jose Marti, following the teachings of Bolivar. An enlightened man from the beyond was Jose Marti. And he was killed. And his death sowed the field so that later came who had to come, the revolution of Cuba, the great Fidel Castro. Well, that path was led by Jose Marti. And the path is fertile, that revolutionary path of Jose Marti, because I had to talk to him to cite a phrase that he said, because he would always say it, against Spanish colonialism. Everything that he had said, he said.
tiene que ser.
In silence has to be.
Esa es la frase. En silencio tiene que ser. Y muchas veces
And in many occasions, many of the things that I don't say,
lo hacemos
but we do,
en silencio.
and we do them in silence,
Silencio tiene que ser.
in secret.
En silencio tuvo que ser. Las medicinas llegaron.
And that's how they had to be. In secret had to be the medicines that arrived, the fuel that arrived when we did not produce it.
Tuvo que ser los clatos
In silence had to be
importábamos del exterior
all the
que
things that
llegaron.
we imported from
En
abroad
silencio
when they
traía este
arrived.
hombre,
In
Alex
silence,
Morán.
this man,
En
Alex
silencio
Saab, brought
tuvo
them.
que ser
In silence had
hasta
to
que lo
be
secuestraron.
until he was
Casi lo
kidnapped,
mataron.
almost
En
killed.
silencio tuvo que
And in
ser
silence
y
had to
fue.
be and
Y en
was. And in
silencio
silence
tiene que ser
will
y
be
seremos
and we
en
will
muchas
win
cosas.
in many things.
Valga el comentario. Valga el comentario. Me da una gran alegría tener. Ustedes no saben la alegría que me da en mi
It's a great
corazón
joy. You don't know the joy I have in my heart
como
to
Alex
have a
Morán
man like Alex Saab
y su esposa.
and his wife.
Porque si hablamos de Alex, tenemos que hablar también
Because if we
de
talk about
Camila.
Alex, we have to talk
Camila
also
Saab
about
aquí.
Camila.
Un homenaje le rindo aquí.
A homage I pay to them here in front of the country,
Ustedes vean,
so that you see, while Alex
resistía la tortura.
resisted torture
Mataron en las cárceles de Cabo Verde.
in the prisons of
Luego en las
Cape
cárceles del
Verde
Imperio en
and
Miami.
then in the jails in Miami, Alex
Tenía la confianza.
had the trust
Mientras él resistía ya
that while he was resistant,
y el intento de
the attempts to change him,
hacer un daño a Venezuela,
to harm Venezuela, he resisted in solitude
cárcel
in those prisons
llena de ratones,
filled with rats,
oscura, las 24 horas del día,
in the dark 24 hours a day,
indecible.
unspeakable torture.
Él sabía que nosotros
He
estábamos
knew
también
that we were also here in 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023,
torturas de las sanciones, soportando
and
las
during the
torturas
tortures of sanctions,
ingresos,
of,
soportando las torturas
of the fall of the incomes,
de la República, soportó, pero que estábamos
and
resistiendo como él.
enduring all the tortures that Venezuela endured, and as he was enduring, and that gave him the moral strength
Su conducta
to him
heroica
and his heroic
en las
behavior
cárceles del
in the
imperio
prisons
nos
of
daba
the
la
empire,
fuerza moral a
and that
nosotros
gave us
para
also
no
our
abandonarlo
strength,
y
our moral
dejarlo solo
strength
nunca,
to never abandon
rescatarlo
him
como
and
lo
leave him
rescatamos.
behind and rescue him as we did.
Paga el comentario también. Porque me acordé cómo paríamos para triangular todo.
Just remember how we had to do to make it all possible to bring the vaccines, the medicines
A Cuba, a Turquía,
from China, from Cuba, from Turkey, when the medicines arrived here from the moment of the pandemic.
pues las vacunas. Y gracias a Dios nos vacunamos con vacuna rusa
And thanks God,
cubana.
we got our vaccinations with our
Vacunas occidentales
Russian,
son un
Chinese, and
desastre.
Cuban vaccines because Western vaccines are a disaster. You have seen those now.
Las vacunas occidentales,
The Western vaccines,
no voy a decir marca ahorita,
I won't say any brands.
después no las querían regalar en el
Then they wanted to give us for free.
alguna gente que apareció muy buena amiga nuestra.
Some people that seemed like they were good friends, they wanted to give us the vaccine for free.
¿Cuándo se la llevamos?
And they said, where do we take it there? And we said,
Esas vacunas
don't come here.
a miles de personas en
We don't want those vaccines
Estados Unidos y en el mundo.
because those vaccines kill thousands of people in the world and in the United States.
Miles de personas muertas.
Thousands of people dead
Esas vacunas, Ale.
due to those vaccines.
¿Cómo hiciste tú con el coronavirus? No hemos hablado de eso.
How do you do with COVID? We have not talked about it.
Estaba encerrado, estaba solo, aislado. Que le iba a pegar. Correcto. Me acordé, por eso hice este comentario. Solicito excusas a mis examinadores.
I remember that's why I made this comment, so I beg pardon from my examiners.
En conclusión,
In conclusion,
de acuerdo al crecimiento
in accordance with the sustained growth
de los últimos trimestres,
of the last trimesters,
podemos informar
we can inform
que el crecimiento económico de
that the
Venezuela
economic growth of Venezuela
durante el año
through the year 2023
superó al 5%
overcame the
del Producto
5%
Interno Bruto,
of the gross domestic
mayor
product
crecimiento
and was the
de América
greatest
Latina
growth
y el
in
Caribe.
Latin America and the Caribbean.
Otro de los logros y
another of the important achievements and conquests reached, realized in terms of blockade, persecution, and sabotage. For this year 2024, we will continue with this policy to promote the national production, to recover the incomes and the incomes of the workers, so that this year we are projecting a growth of the gross domestic product of our country in 8% of the national economy. And we're going to lead again the growth of our country in a sustainable recovery. The purpose to overcome the difficulties in the oil sector during the year 2023, we also focus on the importation and exports of chemical products, food, tobacco, vegetables, minerals, which represented an important income, modest for our needs, but important, of over $700 million in terms of exports in the non-oil sector. Little by little, we go far. This figure is important because what is truly impactful is what is behind. A Venezuela working together, pushing, pressuring, that is growing in difficulties, that believe in itself and never lose faith and never surrender. I highly appreciate it from my heart. I'm a man of the people. You know this. Life took me here. I never aspired to any office. I was loyal to Commander Chavez beyond his life. I'm even loyal still today. Once his heroism, creativity, push of a whole country, saying, we will never surrender, they will never be able to take us, we will move forward. I feel moved as a man of the people, of a president of the workers, and I give thanks to a whole country, to the whole people, to have responded to the call to build a productive economy, diversified economy, and a sovereign economy. There's still a lot to do. But we are on the right path. We are on the right side of history. This is the right path of a prosperous Venezuela and independence, of an equal Venezuela, a just Venezuela, and sovereign. This is the path. An evidence of the economic growth is the increase in tax collection, which represents how the economic activity is moving. Oil exports, non-oil exports. If we were not blockaded, maybe we could have even more credits on a bank here, over there, and things would be better. So where did the rest of the money come from? Oh, from taxes. In 2023, they increased by 26%. The taxes received by the country, consolidating the payment of taxes. Over $5 billion were collected in taxes in 2023 in Venezuela, which all this money goes back into social funding for public works, in health and education, for the well-being of the people, for the homeland system, for the missions and different attentions that are done for the people. That we can see in the figure number 8 in the report. They brought me a coffee. From where it is? You're also from Bocono? Who made this? Do you bring this, Celia?
Chocolate café hoy. ¿Ah?
You're a lively one.
¿Cafecito tuyo?
This is your coffee. You made this coffee?
Ahí está la lámina. Pariendo. Estos números son importantes que ustedes
There you have there in the figure. These numbers are very important.
David está presente.
Is Jose David here?
Bueno, José David, donde me escuche.
Well,
Un número importante.
these are important numbers.
Pero Venezuela necesita más.
But we need more. Venezuela needs more. We need, as the gross domestic product increases, for our economy to continue growing,
En recaudación de tributos.
to have a higher income
1.000 millones
in
de dólares.
taxes,
Para una fase avanzada.
to go over for a $10 million
Nuevo
in
modelo.
an advanced phase of the new model. We need that for a minimum.
Presidente, vamos a hacer el plan para avanzar en
So we have to do this plan to continue advancing
y perfeccionamiento del
for the
sistema
perfectioning
tributario
of the tax system to achieve.
nacional.
I'm saying this on January 15 in 2024
Para los exámenes de los años futuros.
for the exams of the future years.
Y ustedes me digan,
And you tell me if we achieve
1.000 millones de dólares
the goal
o no
of
la
$10
cumplimos.
million
Ustedes
or
me
not.
lo dirán en los años
You will
futuros.
tell me this in the future years.
¿Les parece? Tome nota, señora vicepresidenta. 10.000 millones de dólares. Entrega usted por tributo. A parir. Me gusta que los empresarios aplaudan.
I love that businessmen applaud to this.
Un poquito más.
A little bit more.
¿Sí? Mira, dicen que sí. ¿Ah? ¿Qué dicen los gobernadores? ¿Están de acuerdo? Un poquito más.
What do governors say? Do you agree with this? A little bit more?
Insisto, todo esto que
I
estamos
insist.
mostrando,
All this that we're
todo
showing
fue ingeniado,
today was conceived, designed,
planificado,
planned
hecho, logrado con
with our own efforts
y posible en tiempos de guerra económica.
during these times of economic war.
Imprescindible, no solo para valorar con justicia lo que venimos haciendo,
To know this is
sino para
indispensable
utilizar
to
el
know to
más
value what we are doing in these
podemos hacer
times,
todavía
but
mucho
also to
más
know that we
para
can still do
recuperar.
way more
No
to recover our
descansaremos
economy.
hasta lograrlo.
We will never rest until we achieve this, and I can assure
En el empeño y
that
la
we are
perseverancia absoluta para cumplir.
doing this with all our efforts and might to fulfill our objective.
Fue expandir la protección.
Our second line of action was to expand
Cada
the
número
protection.
positivo de nuestra economía
Every positive number of our economy
convertirse
has to be turned
indicador
into an
humano,
indicator, into a humane indicator
social,
of social welfare, quality.
es decir,
Is to say,
producir riqueza
to produce wealth
para la educación,
for the education,
para la salud,
for health,
para los derechos sociales,
for the social
laborales,
rights, labor
para
rights,
las pensiones,
for
para los
pensions,
salarios,
for incomes,
para construir viviendas,
to build
para la
houses,
educación,
for food,
para el desarrollo científico,
for the scientific development
técnico, cultural,
and cultural
en
development,
suma, para la felicidad social que hablaba Bolívar.
inclusion for the social happiness that Bolivar talked about of all,
Contradicción alguna,
without contradictions.
por el contrario,
On the contrary,
que haber armonía
there has to be harmony
económico
between
sociales.
economic development and social rights.
Comandante Chávez, el desarrollo armónico
Commander Chavez talked about the economic development, the social economic development.
logramos cumplir por lo menos
In this line of work, we managed to fulfill a few goals.
ver más.
There could have been more,
En primer lugar,
but in first place,
tuvimos
we maintained
funcionamiento de las misiones y
the,
grandes misiones,
the functioning of the missions and great
tanto
missions,
las de
both
generación fundacional
the one from the foundation generations as the new generation of great missions that have been creating.
dos épocas,
There are two times.
fundacionales,
The founding missions, which are still alive, active. Always we have to take care of them so that they fulfill their functions.
grandes misiones
And the great missions of new generations
que estoy creando
that I've created
desde que creé la gran misión Venezuela Bella,
since I created the Great Mission Venezuela Bella last year, the Great Mission
Venezuela Mujer,
Venezuela Mujer.
misiones que vamos a crear este año.
There are also great missions that we're going to create this year for the new generations. So take note of that concept.
Cuarta meta cumplida,
The fourth task fulfilled.
quinta meta cumplida.
The fifth,
Tenemos dos
we created two new tools to help the people. The first, plan for the victims of the economic war, of help and aid of all these people need to be heard. And in second place, the great mission Venezuela Mujer, which has had a good start. These talks should have been planned for the future in terms as a big party so that we have food on the table, we talk what we talk, because at this time is the moment where hunger comes in. A chicken or something, yucas, and eat healthy, some salad on the side, and everything national made. Well, over there, a deputy saying, give the order. Because you're here since 10 a.m., right? And I did not sleep because I was studying. I got up early, and I barely ate. In terms of eggs, are we 100% sovereign also? All the eggs we eat are made here? Because I had 2 fried eggs on my breakfast. The egg is also produced in our land. Before, all eggs came from abroad. Now we have our own eggs. We have to have our own eggs, our national eggs. You laugh. This is going to TikTok. So now, Venezuelan, we have our own eggs because we eat our own eggs now. We are a country with eggs, with national eggs. There was a saying that said Aquiles a coña. How did we say? A youngster. A terrible disinformation campaign was carried out against the egg, saying that it was harmful. But no, eggs are very healthy. There you have it, for TikTok. While the old laboratories of media propaganda, of the new modalities of disinformation in social medias and using some influencers, they want to sell the illusion that we are making small the state and that prosperity and progress, we continue defending the need of a powerful state, of a social state of justice and rights, put in the Constitution as the main principle of the Republic, and we will continue fulfilling with our responsibilities to continue to put the human being on the center and to protect the people, especially the more vulnerable sectors. A message that we send to Milei. Take note, Milei. You that were put on Argentina to destroy the state of welfare, to destroy the government, to destroy all the rights, social rights, labor rights, to destroy the national economy, to colonize Argentina, and they were kneeling to the North American Empire. That is not the path, Milei. You are in the wrong, Milei. And I don't hope that you will rectify, but I do hope that you get this message, that you are wrong. You are a mistake in the history of Argentina, Milei. You're an error in the history of Latin America, Milei. You're a fatal error of the history of Argentina, Milei.
Por eso es muy importante
That's why it's very important,
la línea de acción
the line of action
de cuidar
to take care
las misiones, grandes
the
misiones
missions and great
creadas por
missions
Comandante
created
Chávez.
by Commander Hugo Chavez.
Ahí pusimos como ejemplo la gran misión
That's why we had as an example the great mission Agro Venezuela,
la recuperamos, la
and that we
repotenciamos,
cover and
el
we
camino
strengthen it, and that's the path.
Diosdado. Ustedes vieron el podcast que hice con Diosdado.
You saw the podcast I did with Diosdado?
Quedó bueno, ¿verdad?
It was a good one, right?
Quizás venga una segunda versión.
Maybe there's a second version,
Y pronto
and,
Diosdado va
and soon
a
Diosdado is going to
Diosdado Podcast. También entra el podcast.
a new podcast called Diosdado Podcast. He's entering this war, Diosdado.
El influencer. Vieron la historia del
You saw the history of the influencer, Diosdado.
foto del tipo, Diosdado Magapacal.
The picture of Diosdado Pascal is the same as Diosdado.
Tú eres como la reencarnación
So you're the reincarnation of that.
para que vos veáis. ¿Ah? Bueno. Por eso es muy importante cuidar,
That's why it's very important to protect, to take care, to relaunch
las grandes misiones,
the great missions
creadas por
created by Commander Hugo Chavez,
mantenerlas operativas,
to keep them working afloat.
grandes misiones en manos del pueblo.
Missions that are at the hand of the people.
Camino,
That is the path.
nosotros nubilar
We cannot be fooled.
del
The path of the state of welfare, of socialism of the 21st century,
misiones,
is the missions and the great missions, the direct attention to the people.
nubilar
Don't let yourself be fooled.
el manto protector a todo un pueblo, sobre todo los sectores más golpeados.
The protection for a whole people, especially the sectors more vulnerable to the criminal sanctions
Misiones y grandes misiones
from the system of missions and great missions,
y crear la nueva generación
and create a new generation of missions, especially the new generations of great missions, a new generation to protect specifically these sectors, as you will see, to protect women, to protect our mothers. There is a great need, so we have to protect our mothers to guarantee the well-being of our families for the education of their sons and daughters, so that they follow the correct path, the path of good. That's why I created this great mission, Venezuela Mujer, to protect youth, the new generations of missions and great missions, to protect the most vulnerable sectors and affected, our elderly.
en el año 2023
In the year 2023,
ayudas especiales
we gave special help
más vulnerables
to the most vulnerable sectors,
que favoreció
integral attention that favor over 3.8 million families, with inauguration
160
of 460 new phases of social missions in communities to reach to 2,000 to over 2,000 social missions throughout the country.
invertir, construir
So this is the path to invest, to build, and to put in function all these missions.
tiene que ser llegar a 3.000.
Now the goal has to be to reach 3,000.
Póngase las pilas, presénteme el plan porque
So this is the tax. Present me the plan, and this year we have to reach 3,000
5 millones de
socialist base to surpass the 5 million families attended directly by us.
familias a la expansión
Thanks to the expansion
de la inversión social hoy podemos
of social investment, we can say
al cierre del año
that at the end of the year,
la meta
we fulfill our objective
500.000
to build
viviendas,
500,000 homes
900.000 viviendas.
and to reach
Ya está
to 4.9 million homes. We are very close to the 5 million homes. That's the second Homeland Plan. That in 2019, amidst wars and economic sanctions, in 2019 to 2025 was the period, the first plan of the Homeland, which was a legacy of Commander Chavez that had in mind to build 3 million homes, and we fulfilled that. Working hard, we did it. And the second Homeland Plan is the one that I got in charge of, taking from the basis of the first plan from Chavez. We're gonna ride 2019 to 2025 with one objective: 5 million homes, and we are going to fulfill this. Now the Homeland Plan 2025, 2031 has to be even more powerful. It cannot go even lower than 7 million homes, and those 2 million homes to be built has to go strictly at least a 40% straight for Venezuelan youth, for single mothers, to the people that are more vulnerable, for the great mission Venezuela Mujer. Because we have to refocus the priority. If we continue to build in homes 500,000 a year, where are the women that need all the single mothers? Where are the women that have their children? They have the right to the apartment. They have the right to a home. We have to be on that. With all our communities, with the communes, seeing the priorities and advancing. In the Patria system, Homeland system, we reached 21 million Venezuelans benefited in that system of bonifications. Modest, but that saved the homeland. To those more humble, it saved their homeland. When the phone rings, that the Sistema Patria bonus arrived, special. So we are searching for the formulas, for the ways. It all depends on the incomes, of course. So we are looking for the formulas to improve the system. Officials are on this task with me: Jorge Rodriguez, Delcy, Diosdado, Celia. I'm going to put an emphasis on this to improve the system of bonifications, the system of the homeland, so that for all those that truly need it. Also, we've managed to advance in an element that was a war campaign. And it's the supply for the families. We are an integral strategy. Strategy from the sovereign fields. From different areas. With the sovereign fields, because one of the things that they wanted to bring to the knees, to completely collapse, was the food of the people. And clubs were born to save the people. First, the clubs came from abroad. Almost 85% of clubs came from abroad. Today, almost all clubs are produced in Venezuela for more than 7 million families, 7.6 million families. And all those efforts, multidimensional efforts of national production, clubs, and the sovereign fields, created the incomes, the work, and has allowed to improve, because these numbers, this language, well, it's a vision.
Eso viene de estándares internacionales,
It
¿verdad?
comes from international standards, the way statistics are given.
También es experta en este tema. Entonces aquí dice,
So here,
reducir el déficit nutricional y lograr el abastecimiento familiar es una de las metas primordiales
to
que llevamos
reduce the
adelante
nutritional deficit and the
profundamente.
supplies for families is one of the
Este
main
año
objectives.
se llevó
And in this year,
el déficit nutricional
the nutritional
a una
deficit
cifra de 6.5,
went to the figure of
el más bajo desde el
6.5%,
año
the
2000.
lowest in the year.
Pero vamos a mostrar cómo veníamos
And we're going to show
para
the
que
path
vean
that we were following so that you understand in
las
concrete
heridas sociales,
the, the,
heridas
the social wounds of the
lámina
Venezuelan
10.
people.
Pongan la lámina número 10.
Here we have in the figure number 10
Déficit nutricional de la familia venezolana llegó
the nutritional deficit of the
35%
Venezuelan
en el
family
año 2017.
that reached 35% in the year 2017.
De la oposición parlamentaria democrática presente. Me alegra mucho siempre saludarlo. Ahora vaya atención.
Very important. I always rejoice in greeting the opposition, which is important for Venezuela to be here together
Marco de la democracia
in the framework of democracy and constitution.
25%, compañeros.
35.6%.
Y salía en el mundo.
And this was given in the world, Venezuela,
Modelo fracasado.
a failed model. So socialism is getting the people hungry. Venezuela, hunger, misery, and ruin. That was in the minds of the people in the world.
La imagen de Venezuela era largas colas.
The image of Venezuela was long lines.
Era lo que están viendo aquí.
Venezuela was the empty shelves.
La imagen de Venezuela era esta cifra.
The image of Venezuela was these figures.
Atacar con misiles la economía
The idea was to continue attacking with missiles the economy,
para una implosión interna,
to create an implosion,
golpe de Estado,
a coup d'etat,
rimba, asalto al poder
to assault the power,
y todo lo demás, la entrega de nuestro país.
and everything else that would come after the surrender of our country to the empire.
¿Ah? Ese era el plan. Ustedes están claros, ¿verdad?
That was the plan,
Y lograron profundas heridas sociales que inclusive
and they caused profound social wounds.
ahí está el gallo, secretario general del Partido Comunista de Venezuela. Yo soy un admirador histórico
Guy is here with us, the secretary
comunista de
of the
Venezuela.
Communist Party of Venezuela. I'm an admirer of the history.
No se ponga celoso nadie.
I hope no one is jealous
Partido Socialista Unido de Venezuela.
from the Socialist, United Socialist Party of Venezuela.
Ser sectario, ¿vale? Se ríen porque es verdad, ¿verdad? Son sectarios ustedes. Lo reconoce, Pedro. ¿Eres sectario tú? Ah, sí, como hacemos nosotros los católicos. Por tu culpa por tu sectarismo. No volveré a ser sectario. Y haré amplias alianzas con el gran pueblo patriótico. ¿Ah? Yo los quiero a todos.
I love you all,
Y así como saludo a los partidos políticos,
and as I salute
OPEI, Primero
the different political parties present here,
Cambiemos, Alianza, Primero Venezuela, perdón. Recuerden que ustedes vienen de Primero Justicia, ustedes fueron grandes líderes de Primero Justicia, ¿correcto? Alianza para el Cambio se llama.
all the different parties are here present. Alliance for the Change, First Venezuela,
Alianza Progresista,
Progressive Alliance.
Cambio de Bertucci. Así también aquí están los movimientos y partidos políticos
Also, we have here the movements and political parties
bolivarianos, el Partido
of the
Socialista
Bolivarian Revolution, the Socialist Party of Venezuela,
Partido Podemos,
the Party
el
Podemos,
movimiento Somos Venezuela.
the
¿Somos o
movement
no
Somos Venezuela.
Sí somos. ¿Qué somos? El Tupamaro, movimiento revolucionario.
The
histórico.
Revolutionary Movement Tupamaro,
Partido Patria para Todos, que cumplió 26 años.
the Party Patria para Todos that
La joven
turned 26
organización,
years, the young organization
líder de la juventud venezolana, Ricardo Sánchez,
led
presente.
by all the youth of Venezuela. the Alliance for the Change.
Histórico, fue el primer partido que yo milité. Yo milité ahí
The first party I belonged to.
63, 64.
The first party I was in the 70s.
A los 5 años fui militante fundador del Movimiento Electoral del Pueblo. Con mi papá, Nicolas de Jesús Maduro García, fundador con el maestro Prieto del Movimiento Electoral del Pueblo. Glorioso movimiento con el maestro Prieto. Recuerdo perfectamente el día que lo fundaron en un teatro que todavía...
I remember the day that this oldest movement was founded, when I was with my father, with teacher Prieto. He arrived and he carried me. I was 5 years only. I will never forget this. If teacher Prieto was alive, he would be with the Bolivarian Revolution, founder of Democratic Action Against the Empire. Zamorana, because Democratic Action was born as a Zamorano party. It was the revolutionary left of the time. And that's another story. You have different representatives of different parties that have in today's in the political life of Venezuela. I was saying that the social wounds Henry Parra, that I met him all these years ago in the workers' movement, today president of the Communist Party of Venezuela, that has rescued the Communist Party of Venezuela for the anti-imperialist revolution. He said, Diosdado, you know this, because the social wounds and were not only exploited at the international level, but the social wounds in terms of income, of food, of the lines. They found a domesticated left. They're trying to find, to penetrate. They penetrate that left. How they did this? We will know this in due time. And they began using things saying that the Communist Party of Venezuela to put the blame on Maduro and the Bolivarian Revolution, or supposedly accuse us of being neoliberals, that we had reached an alliance with imperialism in the moment that they attacked us the most, that they put a price on my head. In the worst time, they came out with a speech that had a weird smell, terrible smell. When something has a really, really bad smell, in the 60s and the 70s, and saw so many treasons, betrayals, and all of a sudden there was a betrayer, and we didn't even know what had happened. He had broken his moral. We have noticed in historical events, and that's how it happened. To attack us from the left in a design, a political strategic electoral design, to take away from us, to try to spread from the people of to tell to all these people that were suffering, to tell them that it was the fault of Maduro and the Bolivarian Revolution, and to say this of a red rooster they began to sing the truth of imperialism to betray the revolution, and that's why I congratulate Henry Parra to return the communists to the basis, to the history, to the legacy it had, the history of Villegas, of Jesus Faria, the party of Maria León, the historical party. I have to say this if you allow me. This is not part of my exam, but there are things that one sees. Traitors, traitors, and more traitors. You will all be judged by history. And I had to say this. I had to say this. Put the figure number 10 in the report so that we see where we come from. I hope it's allowed to say in my exam some truth that must be said. Traitors all. Even if you disguise yourself as red, traitor all. Look at these figures, we can see how step by step we have advanced. Deputy Carola Chavez, partners, so that you see. As we move forward in the national production, in the composition of a new productive model, we can advance in eradicate the nutritional deficit that we had that was very serious. I've had gray hairs in these years. Not as many as I have in Wikipedia. I'm all gray white, which for me is a source of pride. If I ever have a white hair and white mustache, I will wear them with pride because they are hard-earned loyalty with the people. Hey, Mario Silva, you're laughing there. There are gray hairs that are well earned, so don't take them away. When one sees this, I've suffered. Everyone is witness of our suffering. As the missiles were dropped on the economic genocide of the US, and in the worst moment of the US genocide, and we were being attacked by all the sectors from the US and the far right, they also used letters from the supposedly left to attack us. And one day, all these papers will be made public and everyone will know what happened. And Diosdado Cabello will be the one doing this. And we have been moving forward from a 35% in 2017, 32% in 2018. The hardest year of all was 2018, right, in terms of economy. In 2019, 29%, and during the world campaign against us, in 2020, the pandemic, 23%, and then we made an important jump in 2022, 7, 2023, 6. So these are things that must be said, because it's an honor to say them, and we don't say them as much. The importance of nutrition of our people. That is the vision, Delcy, Carlos, to move forward in the satisfaction and the well-being, nutritional well-being of our people. To guarantee food security and nutrition, we implemented in this 2023 through our security plans 2,300 million tons, equivalent to the work of hundreds of clubs that extended to over 7 million families, equally being the highest figure of the emissions of clubs. But that's not all. 97% of production clubs was made in Venezuela. No, we have not only to move forward in terms of quantity and quality, we have to create new goals to improve the quality of what arrives to the people, of the club that gets to the people. Because the club that the people has like a 99% subside. Only place in the world where this happen, that a market is taken to your home. We must value this. Outside of Venezuela, if we had not have club, it's not just believing we have club. We have a project. We have a project. You're in charge of producing the food. I have an obsessive vision of a new stage. That not only we get to over 7 million families, but every moment we get with better products and clubs be revalued, be strengthened. That's a great objective. And that takes money, costs monies. Because where those clubs come from? As no one ever wondered where it comes from. The family that receives it ever wonder. And the answer is no, because people get used to it. The leaders of clubs, do you know this? Club is public budget. It's the money that we invest so that the 7,600,000 clubs arrive monthly. So improve them means to get better prices of the product from the industry, to have better offers from our national producers, and to invest more money to improve the product, and so that people receive better products and more products than 7,600,000. It has to be progressive to improve, for example, 3 millions. You improve 3 millions first, then you get 4, and like that, little by little, you grow, and that way people are motivated. Because if a group of club things got better, joy, happiness. To arrive the mortadella, the chicken, the fish, the meat, to more communities, so that people have more components, more elements. The subsidies of 99%, we could do a consult and see if the subsidy by the clubs, maybe in some families could be higher, in others no. And our policy, when we create clubs, is that those that cannot pay is given to them, and that's the idea. And I hope from the leaders of club to tell me exactly what must be done to improve them. So pay attention, local committees. I wait for you to tell me what must be done to improve them, expand them, and in second place, I'm waiting for you to tell me when can we activate from clubs the peaceful production in the committees, local committees of production, so that clubs can also produce. Exactly for the mission Barrio Adentro, over 24,300,000 consults were made last year. If you put a price to every appointment in numbers, we were talking about of thousands of millions of dollars,
24.326.000 consultas. Y en la red
over 24.3
hospitalaria,
million doctor's appointments through this program.
600.000 consultas. Además de 1.545.000
Aside from 1
personas
billion
que fueron atendidas a
that
nivel
were
de salud en las
taken
jornadas
care
de
for in health
condenación
sectors
víctimas del bloqueo.
in the different moments in the days of actions against the victims of the blockade.
A la salud y a la recuperación de todas
Thanks to
estas
the actions of all these sectors to guarantee the health and the recovery,
crisis de calidad
to continue providing
durante el año
a health
2023,
of
salvamos
quality
a
and
través
of the
de los
best
16
performance,
proyectos
we are able to
más
improve
de
the
3
health
millones
sector,
de vidas
and we have saved more than 3 million lives
hicimos
in direct
en tiempos de
intervention,
guerra económica.
and this was done also in terms of
Desde el año
economic war.
2023
Since the year
se han realizado
2023,
un total de 86
there's been
millones
over
539.000
86,539,000
en la red
appointments
integral de salud
in the
en
integral
Venezuela.
network of health of
Se
Venezuela.
realizaron 216.000 intervenciones.
There were over 200,000 surgical interventions in the national plan, a very important number.
¿Quién la hizo?
Those operations, who made them?
¿Qué bisturí?
With what instruments?
¿Con qué anestesia?
With what anesthetics?
¿Qué preguntaron?
People have to wonder this.
Aguará. 216.151
Over
operaciones
216,000
en medio de una guerra como esta.
surgical operations amidst a war like the one we're experiencing.
¿Qué médicos la hicieron?
What doctors made them?
¿Cómo se llama?
Which doctors? What are the names?
Ustedes sabían que se estaban haciendo operaciones
Do you know that these operations were being made?
de calidad,
Quality operations.
gratuita y plenamente.
Food completely free
6.000 compatriotas.
to over 200,000 compatriots.
Cuando ustedes ponen a ver a TikTok en la noche,
You don't see that in TikTok overnight.
aparece en Instagram,
Do you see this in Instagram?
aparece en las noticias
Do
de
you
los
see it
portales.
on the news of other sources?
Orgullo la publica. ¿Ah? Aparece en los medios nacionales.
Do you see this in the national media? No one knows this.
Solamente lo saca el programa de Marlene de Andrade.
The only one that talk about this is the program of Marlene,
Cambiando Vidas.
Changing Lives.
Yo veo
It's the only place.
hablar de él. De paso, quisiera entregarle en esta Asamblea Nacional mis condolencias y mi solidaridad
I will
al Estado Winston Vallenilla,
my condolences and solidarity
padre, una
to
gloria
Deputy Winston for the death, the passing of his father, a glory of our nation,
padre que falleció el día de ayer.
who died
Mi
yesterday.
acompañamiento, Winston, y aplausos permanentes a la obra de tu padre. Hay que mostrar más.
We must show this more.
Se implantaron un total de 1.226 dispositivos,
Implemented over
brazos,
1,000
vibradores, resincronizadores, válvulas aortas,
pacemakers, different tools,
kits de
different
hemodinámica.
equipments,
Esta cifra representó un aumento de 147%
an increase of 147%
¿Quién trae esos
in
aparatos
comparison
modernos del mundo?
in the previous year. And who brings those equipments to the world?
De Europa,
Many come from
a
Europe,
pesar del bloqueo.
despite the blockade.
Los europeos no saben que lo triangulamos, no se lo digan a nadie.
Europeans don't know that we make this so, that we triangulate this, so don't tell anyone.
Su marcapasos,
And we do this so that people have their pacemakers,
su desfibrilador, su válvula aórtica nueva,
their different valves.
de hemodinamia. Pero lo hacemos en silencio.
But we do this all this in silence so that no one knows.
Pero Twitter ya no lo ve nadie. Valga el comentario. Fueron aplicados el año pasado 9.600.000
Last year, over 9 million vaccines were applied to children,
totalmente gratuito,
completely
con
free,
plena calidad de la vacuna para
with the
proteger
best
a
quality
nuestros
to
niños.
protect our children.
Se graduaron en la Universidad de las Ciencias de la Salud
At the University of
3.000 médicos
Health Science,
de grandes
over
hospitales
3,000 doctors
tan
graduated
especialidades
and are currently in their communities
a nuestro pueblo. A este sistema de misiones,
to this system of
que,
mission
por cierto, en el año 2023
that in the year 2023 turned 10.
llamamos el plan de amor mayor a las víctimas
We
de la
created the
guerra
plan of
económica, con el que fueron
love
atendidas
for victims of the
en las
economic war.
comunidades más de 3.400.000
Over 3,400,000 people were attended in this project.
el año pasado,
Also last year,
el arranque de una nueva gran misión dentro
we we had the beginning of a new great mission of the new generations of great missions of the Bolivarian Revolution, the mission Venezuela Mujer, which will take care of health, economy, violence, to eliminate violence, communication, culture, and participation of women in Venezuela. To this date, in this great mission, Venezuela Mujer, over 4 million women have subscribed to this mission. And we have created over 81,000 base committees of women in the territory. In silence has to be, and will be. We have to highlight that not only the missions are made to improve the people. We have the program of quality that takes care of the educational network of food, of nutrition, of resources, of learning, recreation and culture, which have benefited 80% at the national level. The year 2023, over 8.8 million students are in schools, in public schools in the country. Student numbers have kept growing, and it's a great change in 25 years. 25 years ago, the student numbers in the country in public school was 40%. Today is 84%. That's students that study in public institutions, schools, middle school, high schools, and the university. Through their program, Food in Schools, they take care of over 4 million children and teenagers, and we have to keep growing this program for the cooks of the homeland, which have been key in this program. What would have been of this program in the times of hard war, including the years of the pandemic, where our cooks from the homeland took the food to children in their homes to make sure they were well fed. More than 1,400 centers were created for the quality of education and development. An organization of teachers that has its basis in every school to develop the quality of teaching and defend the right to study of students in Venezuela. As you can see, we have never abandoned the people. That has been the main victim of these aggressions that are the unilateral coercive measures of the US. This revolution has continued working in resistance to preserve the state of welfare and to move forward to a superior phase of expansion and growth. In the year 2023, we faced one of the most complex problems that come from the blockade, that come from the sanction, the loss of the purchasing power of workers, with one objective defense, real, of the minimum wage of our workers. And before the scarcity of resources, we designed and created a new mechanism that was the establishment of a minimum wage without tax. It was a bold step. We thought about it, and we thought it well, deeply. And on May 1st, I said to workers all over the nation, we're going to take the minimum wage to this new level and created economic war
indexado, el equivalente a 40
equivalent to 40 US dollars.
y subí
And I rose
estatique a $30 indexado.
to 30 US dollars.
Recuerden ustedes, bueno, cómo se deterioró el salario.
Remember how this incomes
Uno de
deteriorated.
los golpes más grandes que
One
han
of the
dado.
greatest
Ellos
impact,
pretenden
the hits they have had against us.
el Capriles que llamó a sanciones.
Capriles that called for
Es
sanctions,
el gran defensor
and,
del salario.
and now he's the great defender of the
La
income.
falsa y traidora izquierda,
The
entre
false
comillas,
and traitors left,
y nosotros pariendo recursos,
and we working hard with our resources. We create a mechanism
que ha demostrado ser exitoso,
that has proven to be
que
successful,
ha demostrado su pertinencia,
that has proven
que ha
its
demostrado que lo
importance,
podemos sostener.
and has proven that we can sustain it in time.
El ingreso
The income,
integral
the minimum income,
indexado, conocido por sus siglas, el IMI.
known for its letters in Spanish, INI.
Y pasamos de un ingreso
I went from an income
del primer cuatrimestre 2023
from the first quarter of 2023
integrado de $15,
from 15 US dollars,
ingreso mínimo,
the minimum wage,
de $15, el ingreso mínimo integrado, con el bono de guerra económica y el cestatique
with the bonus of economic war
a $40 el equivalente.
to 40 US dollars.
$40 pasamos a $70.
And from the one for 30 we passed it to 70, and we sustained it, and it was a success,
Éxito total.
a total success.
Eso fue hace 9 meses.
That was 9 months ago,
Habiendo comprobado que funciona,
and as we saw that it
decidí
works,
dar el paso
I decided to take the step
ir
to
de
increase
$70 el
from
ingreso
70
mínimo integral indexado de los trabajadores a $100
to 100
ingreso mínimo
US dollars, the
integrado
minimum
integral de
wage,
los trabajadores a partir del 1 de
starting
febrero.
February 1st.
Así que aumentaría el bono de guerra económica a $70 indexado.
So the bonus of economic war will go to 70 US dollars,
El cestatique a $30
and sesta ticket
indexado.
from to 30 US.
Quiere decir que en 9 meses,
That means that in 9 months,
compañeros, dirigentes sindicales, dirigentes obreros,
comrades, leaders,
meses,
in 9 months, you know, an increase
mínimo
of the
integral
minimum
de más
wage of more
del 500%
than 500%.
indexado, compadre. Único en el mundo. Esto nadie lo hace en el
No
mundo.
one in the world has done this in the world.
Pariendo,
Working
sigue
hard,
pariendo.
working very hard,
Pariremos,
and we will
pero
continue working hard, and we will
en tiempos de
continue to
guerra
move forward in
económica,
terms of
de
economic
bloqueo.
war, of
Pido
blockades.
todo el apoyo de la clase
I ask for
obrera.
all the support
Pido el
of the
apoyo de los
working class,
trabajadores
of all
y
the
las
workers,
trabajadoras a este esfuerzo que estoy
to this
haciendo,
effort that we're making,
de esfuerzo titánico que estamos haciendo.
an effort of titanic proportions.
Corrijo los montos. Son $100. No se asusten.
Let me correct the numbers.
Hicimos el año pasado,
It's 100, don't worry.
se estatique en $40. Se
But
estatique.
last year we said it was
El bono
40,
de guerra,
and the war bonus in 30.
este año
This year,
le estoy dando un primer empuje.
I'm giving a first push.
A buen entendedor, pocas palabras. Empezandito el año, este es un primer empuje.
Just starting this year, this is a first push.
Si nos ayudamos entre todos,
If we help each other
producimos y creamos
and
riqueza,
produce and create more
vendrán
wealth,
otros empujes y se quedarán locos.
there will
Los
be more
odiadores,
pushes in the
los
future,
habladores de paja,
and those that
los
hate
capriles,
us,
se
the
quedarán
Capriles,
locos
all
del
the
avance
likes,
que
will be
haremos en la
crazy in all the
producción
advances
de
that
los
we are going to be
trabajadores.
making for the incomes of our people.
Entonces,
So,
los $100 del
the
ingreso
$100
mínimo
of the minimum
integral
increase of the minimum
indexado
income
serán $60 el bono de
will
guerra
be
económica
60 the
y
bonus of
$40
economic
el
war
cestatique.
and 40 the
¿Están de
cesta
acuerdo?
ticket. Do you agree?
Aprobado.
Then it is approved.
Ejecútese.
Let it be done.
Me corrige Diosdado.
Diosdado was the one correcting me.
meses son 600% el ingreso mínimo integral.
Los datos telling me that in 9 months it's not 500, it's 600% the increase in this income. And how do we do this?
Siempre presente y vivo. ¿Cómo lo hacemos? Haciéndolo.
And how do we do it?
Pariendo.
Doing it, working hard.
Pariendo. Y seguiremos mejorando.
And we will continue to
Para los
improve
trabajadores y trabajadoras.
for all our workers.
Seguirá mejorando su CLAP laboral.
And we're going to continue improving their labor claps for all our workers. We have a special plan that we are designing
Para sus prestaciones sociales.
for all their social
Para
works
mejorar el
to
paquete
improve
vacacional de todos los
the holiday
trabajadores y
package of
trabajadoras.
all our workers,
Para apoyar a sus hijos
to
y
support their
hijas.
children,
Y para muchas otras cosas más.
and for many more things in times of economic war
Nadie,
that no one
nadie se deje engañar.
that no one let be fooled by this,
Traidores a la patria,
by all the traitors to our homeland
a la revolución.
and by the traitors to revolution. Let no one be fooled by them.
Nadie se deje engañar. Este es el camino correcto.
This is the correct path,
Y por este camino abriremos los espacios, Rodolfo Sánchez,
and through this path we will arrive to all the spaces.
científico social. Por este camino abriremos los espacios
We will open the spaces
del ingreso de la clase obrera
for the improvement of the income and benefits of our working class, of our welfare.
sentaremos una nueva
And through this path we will create a new basis for better times in the coming years, which will be better. The years to come will be better, thanks to our own efforts and God's blessing and the powerful Creator of heaven and earth.
Llevo 2 horas 44 minutos.
I've been picking for over 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Planta de los pies no me aguanta.
My feet are hurting.
Piernas están como dormidas.
They're a bit numb.
Vamos a hacer un ejercicio aquí.
We could do a bit of exercise here to stretch.
Una horita más me aguanta.
Can you stand for another hour?
Pues tengo otros anuncios.
Because I have more things to say.
O lo dejamos hasta aquí.
Or do we end here?
¿Qué dice la vicepresidenta?
What does the Vice President says? Do we finish here or we continue?
Seguimos.
Well, we continue.
Paramos. Pero deberíamos hacer ejercicio ahí. Muchos quisieron hacer propaganda extremista.
Many wanted to do extremist propagandas
Tema tan delicado
on this delicate subject that is very important, forgetting in an interest manner that one of the main countries generating employment, the income of the workers depends on the income of the nation, and our economy, which has been submitted to a genocide, an economic genocide, a blockade and sanction. We have shown that in terms of economic war, magical formulas and neoliberal recipes do not work. What works here and what functions is this, to have a plan for our integral recovery of our economy, a plan for a welfare state, and on this topic we will continue to work and to improve.
Nada de esto lo estaríamos hoy
None of this,
informando.
we
Yo
will
me
be
doy cuenta
reporting on this
de no ser por nuestra organización
if it
social,
was not for our social organization, for our popular power.
energía,
That is the energy that gives power to all our mechanisms.
tercera línea
Our third line of work
fue la de ampliar la presencia
was
del
to
poder popular.
use the presence of popular power,
Objetivo que ha sido clave
an
para los
objective
autores de la
that
revolución,
has been
que el pueblo sea el
paramount
partícipe,
in the creation of
el
our nation,
protagonista de
that
la
the people is the
transformación
protagonist of
de
the
la realidad
transformation of
nacional.
our national reality.
Este punto
In this point,
esta meta en el 2023.
we fulfilled that goal,
La sexta meta
the sixth goal,
fue el
in
fortalecimiento
2023,
del sistema
which
de
was the
gobierno
strengthening of community government.
La democracia directa debe
The
ser
direct
legítima
democracy
en su
must be
forma
legitimate
y
and
coherente
uniform
en su fondo.
and coherent in its
Una de las debilidades que venimos
depth.
arrastrando,
One of the weaknesses that we continue to
el buen
have from the
funcionamiento del
past
poder popular,
is the well functioning,
toda la falta
is
de
that it was
organización
without a doubt
de
the lack of union of the
en
speakers
consejos comunales y
in,
comunas,
in communes,
legalmente constituidas en todo el
legally
territorio,
constituted in the whole country.
actividad fundamental para
A main
fortalecer
activity to
el sistema de
strengthen
gobierno popular,
the government system of our people
de competencias y recursos a
and the
las
transfer of
comunidades
competence and resources to community organized,
que debemos garantizar,
that we must T or Hariasa spoke us that in year 2024 will be the great year of transfer of competence and resources to the popular power, and that's an order that I'm giving. I want every month to have in my work agenda the transfer, municipal transfer, regional and national, of competence and resources to the organized communities, because only the community can do this. Only the popular power can. This is an importance of the utmost priority. Direct democracy must be legitimate in its forms and coherent. One of the weaknesses that we had in the past was this one. That's why we have to keep overcoming this. In the year 2023, we managed, with the popular vote, with the participation in the country, to renew 32,000 communal councils of the more than 39 councils that function in the country. That is to say, we have over 1 million new spokespersons, news, that are strengthened and represent the people, meaning the 42.9% of the electoral roll of the country. Pedro Infante, Jorge Rodriguez. The 42.9% is a true democracy, participatory democracy, that allowed for the renovation of 69% of officials. That is the true power of the country, of the nation. And if you ask what is the power that created, founded, and left us Chavez, what is our true power that from the decades? And I will tell you, it is the power of the people, of the communes, the people, the collective, the way of organization of the new times, of the diversity of popular organization. To them we owe ourselves, and we must govern together with that people, and from them get their opinions, their proposals, their criticism, their demands, a constant exchange with the people. We have to achieve this. I know it is not easy, and no one likes to be criticized, to be told what to do. But if we are here, we have to be ready for all that. And as Commander Chavez used to tell me, I was talking about this with Diosdados on the podcast. Chavez would tell us in his final days, before saying goodbye to this life, Chavez would tell us, Nicolas, with the people always, and without the people, nothing. You must prepare yourself, because now is your turn. Now is your moment, Nicolas. You have to be ready. Remember, always with the people, and without the people, nothing. I can say this is an of the epics, more relevant epics, of the daily bombardments that the Republic is submitted from the foreign, from abroad, that hinders our life to all, but in a special manner to our people. The highly developed and sophisticated missiles against our people that seeks to demobilize our people, and what is even worse, to demoralize our people. I'm nothing. Homeland and the future, and Bolivar, Chavez, and our socialism, our Venezuelan socialism, the demobilization that they have not achieved and will never achieve. And what is even worse, to demoralize a people that's had very hard times. You have sustained, against all odds, the national project Bolivarian project, making of your work in the community something worthy of all recognitions. Millions of voices, leaders on the streets, millions of leaders, because it's true there are countries on the sides of the empire, not only for its immense wealth, but also for leading the world a different model of democracy, of a new way for Latin America. We are a beacon of morality, resisting an empire of death that uses its extremist foreign forces and traitors to try to bend us. But they have not realized, or they don't want to accept, that in 25 years Venezuela has become unbreakable, indestructible, and our strength is the strength of the people. Without the strength of the people, we are nothing. We are on our part, will continue showing the world for all the decades that we need to come, all the deeds, all the battles that will be necessary to keep this light of hope alive. Our fourth line of work in consolidate the integral security of the nation.
Pum, pa, nos voltean. La Guaira en estos días íbamos ganando en el Monumental. ¿Cuánto íbamos ganando en el Monumental?
In the tournament, Guaira was winning in the Monumental Stadium 5-2 to Caracas, and at the end they won.
¿Estás sordo? ¿No oyes ahí? ¿Qué yo estoy oyendo mejor? Íbamos ganando 5-2 y nos ganaron 6-5.
And at the end they turned over the game 6-5. And Roberto is celebrating. Another drink, bartender, says Roberto when the Guaira wins. And these days we were winning against Lara, and we also lost 11-6 and 12. The fourth line of work was to consolidate the security of the nation in different sectors of peace. With this, we managed the seventh task of the year. This seven accomplished task was to turn our main cities and states of the country in safer cities nowadays. And we are reaching an objective of being one of the safest countries in Latin America. And thanks to the model of peace quadrants, peace sectors. And it's a model of peace, not a repressive one. It's a humanist model, constitutional model, legal model. By mid-year, we carry out the civic military operation Gran Cacique Puentes Puros, acting relentlessly with the support of social intelligence to eradicate criminal operations that were established in prisons in the country, where illegal activities, illegal gangs were headed. Amelia, you are an expert on the subject. You warned us very early when we created these quadrants of peace of what was happening.
Hoy por hoy, la nueva estrategia que utilizan los factores del crimen
The
aliados
new
con la
strategies
derecha
that the crime sectors use allied with the far right to create chaos in the countries so that the empire can enter
Comando Sur, los países como pretenden ahora
the
Ecuador,
countries like Ecuador to be occupied by the South
Ecuador con el
Command of the US. Like in Ecuador now, they are planning to put a US
de Sudamérica,
base from the South Command,
solución se ha
and that is not the solution, and we have
hay
proved
siete
this.
bases militares
In Colombia, there are 7 US military bases
instaladas en el tiempo
installed in
del Plan
times
Colombia,
of Plan Colombia.
millones de dólares en
They,
Plan Colombia,
they gave millions of dollars in Plan Colombia,
criminalidad,
and
de la violencia y el
did
narcotráfico
they
en
solve
Colombia.
any issue of criminality
Lo
or
dejaron
drug
peor.
trafficking? No, they actually made it worse.
Se disparó el narcotráfico 300%,
Drug trafficking increased by 300%.
disparó las bandas criminales
Criminal
armadas
gangs increased
1000%.
in 1,000%.
Sí, presidente de Ecuador,
So Ecuadorian president to allow the South Command to take over the military and police forces in Ecuador and establish a base in Ecuador
es un error
is an
histórico.
error,
Y no
a
lo
historical
soluciona la
error, and
situación.
it will solve
Si usted quiere hablar
any-
de experiencias
any
exitosas,
solution.
hablemos, presidente de Ecuador, presidente Novoa. Para yo explicarle a usted, le puedo mandar
But if not, we can talk, and I can explain to you
qué hemos hecho en Venezuela
what we have
para
done
derrotar a las bandas criminales,
to defeat the
para
criminal
la seguridad del
gangs,
país.
to defeat,
Francisco
to
Emiliano
protect the
me
security of the
regaló-
country.
que Francisco Emiliano me regaló un libro hace años. ¿Cuándo fue? 2000 y pico. 2016, 17. Que se llamaba Las pandillas criminales. La nueva
I heard a book in the early 2000s called The Criminal Gangs. It was a gift,
trataron de aplicar 1000 veces.
and they tried to implement those strategies against us.
En 2023 no lo trataron de
In the year 2023, they tried to do it again
porque decían que el último trimestre tendría que ser de violencia.
because they say that the last trimester had to be one of violence. And precisely the 7 prisons
Tomamos el control.
that we took control over
Eran las 7 cárceles.
was the 7 prisons
Aplicarnos un método parecido al de Ecuador.
where they wanted to implement a method similar to the one in Ecuador.
Estamos protegidos por Dios.
What happens is that we are protected by God because we are in the right, we have the strength, we have the power, and we acted in time.
Y de manera impecable e implacable.
And relentlessly, we acted.
Y liberamos las 7 cárceles.
And we liberated the 7
bajo
prisons
régimen,
that,
las más peligrosas
that were under this regime, the most dangerous in the country. Now we must guarantee
todas las cárceles
that
tengan
all
de verdad
prisons
el sistema de régimen penitenciario
are through this regime
controlado,
controlled
educativo, con actividad económica de
with
todo
economic
tipo,
and educational activity
y totalmente seguro.
and that are totally
Que no
safe,
se reproduzcan los pranes,
so
los
that
pranatos en
so
ninguna
that we
cárcel.
don't see
Usted
the
me lo dijo,
anatos in any prison.
ministra de Servicios Penitenciarios,
Mi-
ministro Ceballos y Chazo, ustedes me garantizan
You have to guarantee these ministers of
revisan todas las
prisons.
cárceles,
You have to go over every prison. They have to be under a strict
se
regime,
acabó el pranato en las
and we
cárceles
have
del
put an
país.
end to pranatos
Se
in the
acabó
in prisons
Tocorito,
of our
se
country.
acabó Tocorón, y
Tocorom,
avanzamos
Tuquito,
hacia
they
un
have all
sistema
have to come to the end, and we move
garantizado
forward
y seguro.
to a prison
Presidente
system that is
Noboa,
guaranteed and
si
safe.
quiere
President
un
Noboa,
sistema
if
de
you want to
seguridad
have a
y un
security
sistema
system
penitenciario,
and a
búsquenos
strong
a
prison
nosotros, no
system,
busque al Comando
come to
Sur.
us. Don't go to the South
Nosotros lo que van a
Command.
hacer es intervencionismo.
The South Command,
No
what
lo
they're going to
tenemos.
do is intervene to implement colonialism.
Lo he dicho,
I've said this.
tenía que decirlo,
I had to be said
sin ofender.
without offending anyone.
En el caso de los cuadrantes de paz, crecimos un 21% los cuadrantes de paz.
In these cases, we grew at
Pasamos de 2000
over 20%.
460
We went from over
cuadrantes de paz
2,400 in the year 2022
a 3000
to
cuadrantes de
3,000
paz. Asimismo,
peace
aumentamos
sectors.
los efectivos
So we
policiales
rose the
un
we've
12%,
also increased police
pasando de
personnel
160.000 efectivos
from
policiales
160,000
179.000
to 179,000,
en la excelentísima Universidad
all graduated from the excellent National University
de la Seguridad
of Security,
fundada por nuestro amado comandante
founded by our beloved Commander Hugo Chavez.
Asimismo, en ese contexto,
Likewise, in that context, we dismantled
1884
over 1,800 criminal groups organized.
es un trabajo sin descanso.
It's a work that has no
A
rest.
los órganos
So I want to congratulate intelligence
de inteligencia social,
agencies,
primero del pueblo,
and especially the social intelligence from the people,
inteligencia militar,
the military and police intelligence.
felicitar
I want to
a las
congratulate
policías del país, a la policía
police
nacional
officers
bolivariana,
of the country,
policías estatales, municipales,
all
al
the state and
CICPC,
municipal
al
police,
SEBIN, al DGCIM,
all the different security
por el
organizations
desmantelamiento
for dismantling
de estas
all these
1.284
thousands
grupos de
of
delincuencia
criminal
organizada,
organized crimes.
y fueron frustradas más de 244 extorsiones.
And over 240 grave extortions were
¿Cuál es el verdadero
put an end to.
resultado de todo este esfuerzo?
Was the
Que tenemos
true
calles,
end of these
comunidades,
efforts
plazas y espacios más
that
seguros.
we have a safer community, safer spaces in our country, an important and necessary achievement,
Y que el índice de criminalidad
and that the criminality rate
2023
of the year 2023,
bajarlo
we could
más del 16%,
decrease it by more than 16%, and we have to take care of these achievements and to continue moving forward.
hagamos una breve comparación.
We must do a brief comparison.
Criminalidad que hay en otros países
Criminal rates in our countries
superan el 60%.
that go over 65%,
Informe de Global
according to the report,
Organizado Internacional, que han convertido a países de Sudamérica
that have turned South American countries in the most dangerous in the world.
hermanos, vecinos que amamos mucho,
Some are neighbors and brothers that we love the most,
con el modelo que estamos construyendo
to which we extend our helping hand with the model that we are building in Venezuela
militar
of
policial.
the civic military union.
Y ese precisamente es una de nuestras premisas mayores.
That is precisely one of the main
Evitar
premises,
a toda costa
to prevent at all costs
del narcotráfico
the mafias of drug trafficking
hagan daño en el país,
do harms in the country,
armen bandas armadas,
that put arms in the weapons of organized crimes and take over territory of the nation.
todo el territorio
That's why you have to continue liberating all the national territory
y todavía
to the last quote, and we'll still have work to do. And I'm aware
inteligencia
that we have a lot to do to integrate intelligence, information, and relentless action.
para el 2023
For 2023,
logramos
we
una
managed
enorme cifra
the
de
enormous
incautación de
figure
drogas de 52.140
of drug confiscation of over 52,000 kilos came in, unfortunately, all from Colombia.
Fueron destruidos 61 laboratorios.
Over 61 laboratories were destroyed. 49
Fueron
clandestine pipes were
neutralizadas
destroyed.
por la muy moderna ley de intercesión aprobada
Our,
por la
ver-
Asamblea Nacional.
our very modern
Supuestamente
intersection law approved by the National Assembly, all these
48
were neutralized. 48 aircraft were neutralized belonging to drug trafficking that were flying over national territory or landed somewhere in the national territory. 48 aircraft. I congratulate the Bolivarian Air Force that with F-16 and Sukhoi and also the neutralization and destruction of two submarines of artisanal making, so 10% more drugs were confiscated in 2023 than in 2022. So we have been characterized for being a genuine revolution. We do not copy plans from the US to repress the people, like was done by Ronald Reagan in Latin America and other places that all failed. We are characterized to create our own methods, and therefore the military doctrine created by Commander Hugo Chavez and the policies created by us in this stage has been the correct one. One single Bolivarian armed force that protects the safety and integrity of the people, defender of the motherland,
preparación operativa
educated with the highest preparation possible.
y antiimperialista. La Fuerza Armada Nacional Bolivariana,
Our Bolivarian armed forces
a su vez, operaciones
carried out different operations against illegal mining,
liberando totalmente
fully
Parque
liberating
Nacional Yapacana,
the Yapacana National Park,
Chalbot, Piedra de Cocuy, Río Negro del estado
Rio Negro, all this in the
se logró
state of Amazonas.
despeje
We managed to
de la
clear
Bicoca,
Bicoca,
1.600 campamentos de minería
over
ilegal,
3,600 illegal mining companies that were destroying
desalojo de más de 14.000
the natural habitat of our nation,
personas
the eviction of over 14,000 people from different nationalities,
posterior destrucción de
and the consequent destruction of all the illegal mining campaments.
fueron decomisados miles de equipos y
Over
maquinarias
thousands of equipment were decommissioned,
para la explotación
confiscated that were used for the mining exploitation that were destroying and contaminated
todo el
our
territorio
biosphere.
se ejecutaron
In all our
18
national
operaciones
territory,
militares
over 18 military operations were carried out,
despliegues, con la
with
finalidad de
132
erradicar la minería
deployments
ilegal
with the
de
aim of
transfronteras.
putting an end to illegal mining.
Fueron destruidos 441 campamentos,
Over 440 camps were destroyed,
para
as well as
operaciones ilegales
hundreds of
en todo el
logistic
territorio
installations
nacional.
for the illegal operations in national territory.
Felicitar
I want to congratulate
especial a miles
the thousands of soldiers,
oficiales,
officials
Fuerzas Armadas
of the armed forces
que a esta hora
that today, at this time, they are currently deployed in the
unidades
fields
de rápida acción a lo largo y ancho del territorio del país. Se dice fácil,
This is easily said,
hacerlo
but to do it
complejo.
is more complicated.
El grupo que regresó de vacaciones el 28 de diciembre
With a group that came from holidays on December 28th,
se desplegaron 70 urras en el país.
over 70 rapid response units were deployed in the country
Y actuar.
to act swiftly in the safeguarding of the territory,
Marco de la defensa de nuestros derechos
in the framework of the defense of our rights over the Guayana Esequiba. On December 5th, only 2 days following the historic consultative referendum
por la Guayana Esequiba,
for the Guayana Esequiba,
creé como comandante en jefe
I created as Commander-in-Chief
zona operativa de defensa,
the operational zone of integral defense of Guayana Esequiba,
un comandante.
and I've presented a commander.
Zona comprende 3 áreas de desarrollo integral.
This zone has 3 areas of defense
Integral, desplegado
and integral development
la zona de la Guayana Esequiba,
deployed in the area of the Guayana Esequiba,
convertirse en el estado de la Guayana Esequiba,
which will surely be the next state of Guayana Esequiba,
y la ejecución de obras y proyectos en territorio
which will have the development of projects
26 de
in
diciembre,
that territory. On December 26th, by the end of the year,
la fachada atlántica venezolana y caribeña,
in the Atlantic facade,
la
I ordered the
activación
activation of one of the military operations, young military operations, of the defensive
nombre
structure with the symbolic name
del general
of General
Domingo
Domingo Antonio Sifontes,
5.600
with over 5,600 units
equipados
equipped
y entrenados
and trained
efectuar patrullaje
to patrol
control de
and
tráfico
control
marino
the maritime traffic before the presence
de un barco de guerra británico
And a ship from Burridge, and the water is going to be the limit. It fulfilled the mission, and we started the boats and bridge in the Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic Sea as well.
listos y prestos
We're ready
para lo que sea,
to anything,
y como sea.
everywhere and however it is.
El resultado
The result
es impresionante,
is impressive,
pero lo que agrega valor
but what adds value,
mental
important value,
a nuestra política de seguridad
to our security policy,
nacional
to our national security policy,
ciudadana
policy of national security of citizen,
venezolana,
is with Venezuela mind,
Venezuela,
with Venezuela,
que dispone a Venezuela
with the South Command,
manuales
that is imposed in Venezuela with the man of troops. That's over. The U.S. intervention here is over. They will never going to combat here. I guarantee that. Also, I have to say, as the first time I say it, I handily to Jorge Rodriguez the whole file, the whole materials of dismantling of 4 conspirational acts in 2023, and they have kept it. And they have kept it in silence. All the research well done, all the judicial research. And we dismantled in May, in August, in November and December as well. 4. We dismantled 4 conspiration with components, with foreign components that were planified from Miami and from Colombia. I had advanced a lot, and I reported the Colombian government, the advancements of the CIA and Colombia established during the governments of Santos y Duques. They keep acting secretly without punishing, conspiring against Venezuela and the base of DIA in Colombia. And its main functionaries are still acting with a group of narco trafficking, conspiring against Venezuela. This conspiracy unites Miami with, and it has to be centered in the border with Venezuela and Colombia. And it's 4 opportunities that you'll have in your moment to know. I just handling evidence, proof, testimonies. Because everyone that is involved, the civil and militaries, national and foreigners, are confessing. And in the 4 corporations, the ultra-right settled with the Colombians, with CIA, along with the ultra-right. They had the idea of killing me, of killing the minister, to kill important leaders, political leaders of Venezuela, and create a chaos and a commotion in the country, to slaughter the process of peace in the country and the recuperation of Venezuela as a whole country, so that we couldn't reach 2024 in peace. And we have evidence with tapes, with records, with messages, certificates, declarations, statements of all the people involved. And his last objective is to attack a military unit in San Cristobal, January 1st, in the morning, where Venezuela was hugging, when the other people of Venezuela were hugging, were mercenaries in the sectors with traders that were sold in Miami, from Peru as well, from Colombia, and with some, and sadly with some officials that were captured during the year 2020, 2021, but with the CIA, they were bought. All of them are in jail, or they have confessed. All of them have confessed crimes. All of them have sold statements. Thanks to intelligence, to investigate, to research. God with all of us. Who against us? If God is with us, who is against us? And if Jorge Rodriguez asks me, I'm going to add a comment about this. It's just that allows me. Am I allowed?
Voy a hacerlo porque tiene que quedar en la mente, sobre todo de la juventud,
I'm going to do it because it has to be in the mind, especially in the young people,
compañera.
with my colleagues.
Tiene que quedar en la juventud,
It has to be in the minds of all the young people,
en la memoria.
in a memory.
Todos estos intentos,
All of these attempts,
movimiento,
all of these movements, all of these movements that we are seeing today, and the commander of the component of all the militaries, everyone, all of them come from the CIA. The DIA was the one who started all these conspirational movements. DIA were the ones who set up from Colombia. All of these movements in May 3 and 2020. The DIA handles the strengths with the narco-traffic groups, and it's trying to. It's the one who looks for the financing of all these movements. This means that they come from the United States. This is a simple conclusion. If the CIA and the DIA does it, the government of the United States is supposed to know it. No, they don't know it. Will they know? What does history say? And it is 100 years of history. May. We discovered the first movement that wanted to kill me. And we gathered there, and the high command. And they wanted to attack us when we were supposed to be together. And I wouldn't forgive him in his loyalty, his honesty, his patrioship, his moral force. It's example to all the country. Nor Maduro, nor the compatriots officials that have been faithful to the country, to the armed forces. They have proved their loyalty in the harsh moments, in the difficult moments. I said Padrina, but I could say all of your names and last names and the acknowledgement, the eternal acknowledgement of his bravery, his loyalty. August 4th, 2018. Also, do you remember that day? That Julio Borges prepared in Colombia. The criminal of Julio Borges. All the military leadership was to kill us also. Therefore, May, August, November, and December. CIA, DEA, and along with the United States. The main objective to kill us, to kill me. Objectives try to divide the armed forces. Objective try to generate chaos. And try to generate chaos in the country and the actions of violence. Because when they plan, they're very good at it. Machado, Ledesma were to planify, they believe that they are all by themselves. How was it? We're not very brave, aren't we? Little detail that I would want to add. A little detail, small detail I want to add. We discovered the first try that they tried to do in order to kill me. That was after the declaration of Antonio Ledesma in April. We thought they were going to act.
El responsable
The
de
responsible
esta operación
of
militar,
that military operation
un primer teniente,
was the first tent
estado en la frontera
that was captured in the border, in the borderline
2021
in
por la DEA
2020
y la CIA
by the DIA and the CIA,
y había sido reactivado
and have been reactivated
empezando el año,
starting the year.
reactivado llamado y acelerado.
It was called and accelerated in Sudan.
Y el objetivo era muy claro.
The objective was very clear: attack and kill men and men there.
Manos de Dios, nuestra vida siempre.
And in the hands of the gods, our life forever.
En manos de ustedes militares,
And in the hands of the militaries as well.
damos nuestra vida y la paz de la República.
We charge you our life and the peace of the Republic.
Él declara, yo ya sé, tengo mi información,
So that is when he declares, I already know and have my information.
revisar lo que yo dije.
I can,
Silencio tenía que ser.
you can check what I said. Silence have to be. And then we started different tactics.
Y el silencio fue.
And in silence as well.
Cuando él lanza Ledesma y se arma el
When Ledesma is there and
pero,
it begins all the problems, all the issues,
sabíamos de qué estaba hablando.
we knew what they were talking about.
Él envalentonado y se va para Miami y le da una entrevista a una periodista.
He ran away and he went to Miami and gave an interview to a journalist, among other things.
Ya hablamos, van a actuar.
We already talked about the militaries, and I know they are going to act.
Nosotros vamos a hacer lo que hay que hacer.
And in the situation, we're going to do what it must be done.
Final de Ledesma, el vampiro de Madrid.
And we're going to eliminate Ledesma, the vampire of Madrid.
Ustedes saben quién más está involucrado.
And you know all the people who are involved in this.
Ha demostrado
It is demonstrated
la
that
declaración de todos los convictos confesos
in all the statements of all the people that are in jail,
ya desde Venezuela.
who was directing from Venezuela this movement,
Criminal.
the assassin plant, the evil plant.
Primer detalle, anótenlo ahí a los que les gusta.
The first detail, those who like to add the details, you can note it, you can write it down. The analysts, the social media, journalists, you can write this down.
Ledesma declara una semana antes, ya nosotros
Ledesma declares 1 week before, and we already knew what he was going to talk about.
desmantelando la cosa.
And we were dismantling everything.
Saben muy bien los generales presentes.
The generals that are present here, they know it very well.
Pero tengo que decirles otro detalle.
But I have to say another detail, in case you don't know.
Nosotros en ese momento,
We, at that moment,
sentando, mes de mayo,
we were in May.
negociaciones,
We were doing the first negotiations
un acuerdo
in order to look for an agreement in coordination with all the countries.
pensamos,
We talked.
parecía que iba a haber avance
It seems that we were going to have advances, but
todo para atrás.
from one moment to the other, they stopped everything. We stopped and we left.
Al jefe negociador Jorge Rodríguez
And I told to Jorge Rodriguez, they're betting.
a que ocurra algo en Venezuela.
They are trying they're betting that something's going to happen in Venezuela.
Tengo que dar con estas verdades.
And we can say with all this truth.
Prácticamente casi solo manejo yo. Alguna gente que le he comentado de esto.
I am the only one who handles these. I have expressed it to other people, but it's mainly me who handles all these situations.
Pero me está escuchando en entrevista. No le invitaron. Israel López, culpa de Jorge Rodríguez.
But they're listening to me. It wasn't Biden. It's the fault of Jorge Rodriguez because of his actions.
Mayo.
In May,
Vino junio
there comes June,
y se retomaron las conversaciones.
and all the conversations were resumed.
Luego la derecha de Ledesma y de los apellidos
Afterward, the right of
cambiaron.
Ledesma,
Retrocedieron.
they were going back, but they say it. They did say it.
Ellos apostaban
There's the evidence.
a un hecatombe.
They were betting on an evil plan here in Venezuela.
A ustedes de los apellidos. Que Dios me proteja y me cuide. Y viviré
let God protect me and take care of me, and I'll live a lot of years.
hicieran algo algún día,
But if you are going to do something someday, you are going to pay it expensive,
desaparecerían por 300 años de este
and
país.
your last names are going to be fed away from all the country for 300 years. The ultra right of the last names are people.
Sabría qué hacer.
Our people will know how to do. Our armed forces will know how to do.
Frente a un plan extremista,
Will know how to do against these ultra-right
los
extremists.
planes están hechos.
The plans are made
Serían activados de inmediato.
and will be activated right away.
Arrepentirían por 1000 años.
And you are going to regret it for 1,000 years.
No les alcanzarían los siglos para arrepentirse.
You wouldn't have centuries to regret, criminals.
Y la mano larga de la revolución bolivariana
Under the Bolivarian Revolution,
metan.
you will know that you wouldn't mess with it. And you wouldn't be able to hide. Not in Colombia, not in Madrid, not in any country.
Garantizo,
I guarantee you.
sé lo que digo,
And I know what I say.
lo garantizo.
I guarantee you.
Pero nosotros queremos paz,
But we want peace, tranquility,
felicidad,
life, happiness, and joy. Party. This is our life.
y la vamos a tener.
And we're going to have it.
Felicito a todos los órganos,
I congratulate all the organs of this country,
en especial
especially,
al SEBIN,
especially the Sabine,
por todo lo que siempre hacen,
for everything they do
por lo que hicieron en estos casos.
and for what they did in these cases.
Felicito a la lealtad suprema
I congratulate the estimate loyalty
de nuestra Fuerza Armada Nacional Bolivariana,
of our armed forces.
fortaleza y
That is the biggest fortress that we have
cumplirlo siempre, año tras
to
año.
cover for us every day, year after year.
Mayo, ya sabemos lo que hicieron. Tema en Madrid,
In May, you know what happened?
lo que se fueron bravos de la conversación. Yo le dije a Jorge,
I tell Jorge, you know what I have?
míralo aquí,
There it is. In silence. We have to do everything in silence. June,
julio,
July,
y llegó agosto.
and there came August. Yeah, kind of in August, middle August.
Agosto estaba listo para ser firmado todo,
Everything was said to be signed in August.
todo.
Everything.
Son documentos secretos,
There's the secret documents,
hasta que permanezcan secretos.
and they're going to be in secret still.
Nosotros tenemos palabras.
We have a word.
Si yo converso con alguien,
If I talk to someone, it's a secret,
no lo digo.
but I won't say it.
Todo esto se supo porque salió en el New York Times, Washington Post.
You know all this because it was in the New York Times paper, and they knew it because of them.
Más de una vez un periodista, es verdad lo que dice el Miami Herald, que ustedes están conversando con el
Is it
gobierno
true that what Miami Herald says that you're talking to the United States?
Yo respeté los acuerdos, siempre.
I've respected the agreements always, and we.
Jorge, respetemos.
I told Jorge, let's respect and let's respect the war.
Si cumple.
The war has value. If you fulfilled,
Con el diablo.
even if you sit with the devil, you have to keep your word.
Es secreto. Que el
If you
diablo
tell
haga lo
the
que quiera.
devil that it's secret, you have to keep it.
Nosotros somos hombres de Dios,
We are men of God. I'm a man of God.
líderes religiosos. Soy un-
Religious leaders, I'm a man of God.
Somos hombres y mujeres de Dios,
We're men and women of God,
pueblo de Dios.
a people of God.
Ya tenemos todo listo.
And we have everything ready.
Incluyendo eso, ya lo teníamos listo.
And we have it already set.
Y de repente se pusieron bravos
And suddenly we were angry.
y se fueron.
And they left.
Y yo le dije a Jorge, están esperando,
And I tell her that they were waiting.
esperando.
They're waiting.
Habían captado
They have captured.
al del ejército en el año 2021.
They have captured the commander-in-chief in 2021.
Tenían ahí como célula durmiente.
And they had it sleeping.
Durmiente. Lo tenían.
And they had it sleeping.
Oído, mosca. Célula durmiente.
A sleeping cell.
Un oficial que había hecho una carrera decente. Yo lo acababa de
An official that had a decent career.
y se había nombrado comandante
And he was named commandant in the unity of San Cristobal.
atacar el 1 de enero en Maduro.
And they were going to attack on January 1st.
Y resulta que
And it turns out that,
pusimos los ganchos,
and we have everything, and they stopped.
dijo todos sus cómplices cuánto habían pagado.
And he talked about all the people that were him, how much did they pay them.
Gringos, ellos reactivaron
There was a negotiation with the U.S. They reactivate the agents they had everywhere. They were not everyone.
y uno lo que está es, bueno, ¿en qué está nuestro pueblo? ¿En qué están ustedes?
And what are you doing?
Trabajando.
You're working.
¿Qué estamos nosotros trabajando?
What are we doing? We're working
Buscando la mayor suma de felicidad para nuestras
and
vidas.
trying to look at the happiness for our lives, for the life of the people.
Yo no conspiro contra nadie,
I don't conspire against anyone. Never.
ni nosotros.
Not even us.
Lo que hacemos es luchar por una idea, por una causa, por una
What we
bandera
do
que
is
nos
try to fight for a cause, for a revolution,
por nuestras convicciones,
for our
por una
convictions,
causa histórica.
for a cause.
Esa es nuestra lucha.
This is our fight.
Le dije, Jorge, mira, ¿por qué se levantaron de la mesa?
I told her, this is why they left.
Sabían los negociadores.
They knew.
Esto no sé.
They knew everything.
Negociadores directos de ellos,
It's probably that the rights negotiators are going to. They were the ones who knew about this.
pero hay una cabeza pensante que gobierna en Washington.
But there is someone all behind of this.
De Biden directamente. Yo no puedo
Someone in Washington. I couldn't say if it's President Biden.
de Biden, lo digo sinceramente.
Honestly, I say it.
Pero hay ahí gente que toma decisiones.
But I know there are people there that are the ones making the decisions.
Alguien pudiera decir,
Someone could tell.
solamente lo estaban haciendo para evitar.
And then precisely we're doing to avoid it.
Es una hipótesis.
It's a hypothesis.
Otra gente pudiera decir,
Other people might say
un doble juego.
that they are doing a double role.
Una cara, una dos,
From one point we see the kind face, very kind. We're very nice. Look at the opportunities you see, all the opportunities we are presenting to you, and when they turn your back, they betray you.
como le hicieron a Emiliano Zapata,
How they did to Emiliano Zapata,
como le hicieron a Augusto César Sandino,
how they did to Augusto César Sandino,
como le hicieron a Pancho Villa,
how they did to Pancho Villa,
como le hicieron a Ezequiel Zamora,
how they did to Ezequiel Zamora as well,
como le hicieron a Antonio José de Sucre.
how they did to Antonio José de Sucre.
Mira, Jorge,
Look, Jorge,
luego de que
after
enterar,
they'll know.
desde Miami,
They'll know that from Miami,
comienza a sacar mensajitos.
and they start to have messages.
Conspirador ahí que sabe todas.
Some people that they knew everything,
Nombre y apellido
name and last name and address as well,
de los conspiradores en Miami
of the conspirators, of the people that were conspiring in Miami.
han sido capturados. Ya ellos sabían.
They have been captured. They knew.
Tienen un mecanismo.
They have a mechanism.
Tienen el mecanismo.
They have a mechanism,
Y saben entonces.
and they know.
Vamos a vernos otra vez.
Now let's see once again.
¿Quieren verse otra vez? ¿Quieren hablar?
Do you want to talk?
¿Quieren un acuerdo?
Do you want an agreement?
Hágale.
Okay, let's do it.
Y volvimos a las negociaciones.
And we started negotiating once again.
En las negociaciones se los dijimos a los negociadores.
In
Y a Qatar, al Estado de Qatar.
the negotiations, we talk with all the peoples, and we set up for Qatar with the facilitators.
Mi hermano, mi clon.
My brother, my partner,
Somos igualitos.
we are the same.
El emir de Qatar y yo pudiera irme para allá. Con un turbante puedo gobernar Qatar.
We can change. I could go to Qatar and I can rule in Qatar. He can come in here and govern here as well.
Volvemos.
Coming back
Septiembre.
in September.
Está todo listo.
And there it comes back. Everything is ready. Everything is set.
con el tema completo, todo el tema completo,
Everything is
se ponen bravos otra vez.
is a whole, and they're angry once again.
Liquidi. Y se paran.
And they stop.
En el mismo momento que nosotros estamos por las investigaciones al hilo que llevamos,
In the same time that we are researching all the investigations.
una tercera conspiración,
And there comes the third conspiration.
captado también en Colombia en el año 2021 también,
And it was also by the order of a commander that was captured in Colombia in 2021
seno de la Fuerza Armada,
and the
yo
armed
acababa de nombrar
forces.
comandante de un batallón en Maracaibo.
And that I have just said it was commanded in Maracaibo.
Algún error cometió,
Some mistake, he did a mistake,
éramos
so that we
en la pista.
knew that we were on the good lead.
Le dieron la misma orden,
And it was the same order:
ataque,
attack,
pronunciamiento y
attack,
dados para hacerme algo a mí,
and kill me,
de un viaje que tenía pensado
and kill me.
hacer algunas obras en el Zulia.
In a trip, I'd have to do some
Probablemente
obstructions in the place. But sadly,
mecanismos de seguridad que cuando yo voy a un estado,
I have a mechanism of security that when it comes to the states and the events, everyone knew it.
la REDI, la ADI,
La Adi, la Sodi, everyone knows it.
se entera, no, Maduro va para tal sitio y después va a pasar por la autopista tal, la calle tal.
Maduro is going to the place, and therefore is going to pass. Is going to be on that road.
Desde hace 2 años, todos mis movimientos del 2021,
2 years ago,
desde para dónde iba yo, cómo
all of my movements were was going,
qué autopista, menos
what street, what road.
tengo una guardia de honor presidencial pergataria que me cuida
Right now, I have a very guard that is protecting me every day, every moment with good strategic tactics.
ya estaba todo listo, ya se iba a firmar.
Everything was ready. They're going to be signed,
Bravos otra vez.
and we stopped once again.
El tema se mantuvo en el discurso de en la lengua
And the subject was still. We were still talking about it.
de los apellidos se mantuvo el tema.
And the last name were also brought into the subject.
El Borges, el López,
El Lopez,
Machado, el Ledesma mantuvieron en su lengua
Machado, Ledesma,
el tema
they kept the subjects.
de que los militares,
That the militaries,
porque era la articulación para alentar
because they have the regulation to encourage
la acción
the action.
y después creen ellos,
And afterwards, believe in them.
ustedes van a ver lo que pueden cobrar,
You're going to see what they can have.
gran garantía
The great guarantee
de esta patria
of this homeland,
es seguir derrotando las conspiraciones.
that is to keep defeating the
La gran
conspiracies.
garantía de la paz.
The great guarantee of the peace.
Y a los apellidos le digo,
And all the last name I say,
apellidos,
last names,
listas,
extremist last names, imperialism.
piden el plan de la furia bolivariana está activado a las 24 horas.
Let us, you shall know that the plan of the Bolivarian Republic is activated 24 hours.
Ante
Bolivarian fury, and it's a plan of action against any attack,
o cualquier cosa
against any attempt,
intentaren.
against anything that you're going to try.
Dios con nosotros,
God with us,
el pueblo con nosotros,
people with us,
Fuerza Armada Nacional Bolivariana.
armed forces with us.
Se pararon bravos, pues.
They were angry then.
Jorge, ven acá.
I told Jorge, come here. Look at this.
Convicto y confeso, también presos todos presos.
With convicts and people in jail in May.
Agosto preso.
May in jail. August in jail.
Y luego se firmó.
And then it was signed.
Se firmaron los acuerdos.
All the agreements were signed.
De todo esto fue informado en su momento
I was informed since this moment
de la extrema derecha en Venezuela,
of the ultra-right of Venezuela,
coordinador
the coordinator,
de diálogo de los grupos extremistas,
and the dialogue in the Islamic groups,
comunitarias,
and the communitarian labor.
tuvo en conocimiento
They were in this knowledge by my order, and each of the conspirations. We signed. We signed. October 17. We started to making the steps. And we've made some negotiations and other agreements that were already signed. And there were other conversations, there were other meetings. An important subject was to achieve the capture of Assad, that he was kidnapped. And that was set, that was ready. That was ready for the month of November. I have to tell everything. Whatever happens, I have to tell it. Everyone should know it. The exchange was ready in November, with all his mechanism. The exchange of the terrorists that have already confessed, with the prisoners of Venezuela, for an innocent man, that was kidnapped, for having almonds and medicaments in Venezuela. That was the third conspiration. They were angry. They were upset. We eliminated. We were there until we managed that the agreement was fulfilled. It was a great change, where we delivered a group of terrorists as a man that had a great value, more than them, that was innocent, patriotic. And December went all alone, and we have other conversations that were supposed to take place. And so that while we're in national labors, they had supported us in this, and they captured 4 groups, 4 constitutional groups. Nothing else, nothing more of the plan of securing the peace in the country on January 1st. And they have this first mission to assassinate the governor. Protection for you, blessing for you, Freddy Venezuelan. He knows all the details. It was the first thing. The group out of the command that were from Colombia, mercenaries. They were going to look for Freddy Venezuelan, and they were going to capture and kill them. They believed that. They believed that they could do that. And afterwards, surprise, January 1st, 3 a.m. in the morning, social media. What would we do if that happens? We don't want that to happen. I'm telling you, to traitors, to mercenaries, for their own, well, don't put us. Don't try to do it, because you're going to know the fury of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. But we don't want that. We want peace, stability, joy, national unity. We want democracy. We want elections. We want tranquility, peace. But we are forced to prepare, to be prepared. If we are ready for that, nothing's going to happen to us. I have to say this because it has to do with the national security, with the internal security of the country, to the proved loyalty that we have today, to SEBIN, the National Armed Forces, and the high union of the police that there's always in a country that are loyal. Loyalty and efficiency. And then handling to Jorge Rodriguez all of these files, all of these testimonies, all of these proofs, all of the videos, all of these the statements, so we can come to our own conclusions in order to perfect everything. We have a lot of people that are evil, and they're evil. They are looking for violence, for blood, to spread blood, and they have no base. They have no base, and that will not happen. Not in the bad days, not in the good days. They can't with us, and they will not defeat us. On the rest of the Comandante Chavez, Comandantes, they couldn't do anything with you, and they could never defeat us. Not even on the harsh times, and not even the good times. We have to keep advancing in order to secure our country. Maybe on the line that is going to approach us to our people, of the good government. I say that is the most direct relationship with the people, and we have to look for answers that are going to have the right in the whole national territory. And in the eighth objective that we fulfill was to multiply the efficiency of the new governments in order to resolve and have more cases that are going to be received. I can say that the level of attention in 2023 in relation with 2022 increased in 309% of all the ones who are reported in the system of APP. I believe that it's fair and necessary to say you can stand up in an organized manner, as Rodolfo said. No one noticed that you're going to the bathroom. At 1/4/10, the government has 2 years in May. And to the other government institutions, I propose to increase the attention and the resolution of these subjects. And I tell you, there is not other system as this in order to attend the necessities of our people. We resolved 1,500,000 cases report. What would happen with all the cases if the 1/10 hadn't existed? We wouldn't have water. There comes a day when we have 100% with water, with everything. And telecommunications 74%, electricity 68%. Are the solutions that we're trying to look for in all the areas. I ask to all ministers. I ask to all governors and to the majors, to all the institutions, to all the priorities. Let us have all the solutions to all the problems in real time. In real time. There are good numbers, but there are numbers that need to be improved. From his birth, the system of the good government of 1/10 has received 3,005,000 reports.
Se han resuelto 2.179.000.
And they have results,
Quiere
and
decir el 66%.
66% have been resolved.
Manteniendo un porcentaje del 66%.
And we have kept the percentage of 60%.
Pero entonces pongamos la cosa al revés.
But let us see everything upside down.
A parir soluciones.
We have to find solutions.
A parir soluciones. Del 1 por 10 nacieron
We have to find solutions. 1 for 7 that were born,
las comunitarias militares.
the military brigades.
Hasta este momento, 24.000 planteles educativos.
That so far we have 24,000 educative
Los han
systems.
dejado de paquete.
And we have a new.
¿Qué sería de las escuelas y liceos sin las bricomiles?
What would it be of these schools without the brick mills?
Se han recuperado miles.
We have recovered a lot of
CDI,
CDI.
brigadas comunitarias militares. En lo que respuesta
We have to keep
esta
advancing.
línea de trabajo,
We have to keep mounting wonder regarding 6th line of work.
Venezuela como prioridad, con toda certeza
Give a priority to all the problems in Venezuela.
tecnológica, cultural y territorial
To increase not only the technology and the cultural,
de nuestra defensa de la Guayana Esequiba.
and as well in the defense of Guyana Esquivel.
Consciente y decisivo que dimos como país.
And this is a step that we did as a country.
Una,
We have 2
unir a
goals.
Venezuela
The first one,
para la exigencia contundente del respeto de los derechos sobre la Guayana Esequiba.
and we have to unite Venezuela with the respect of the rights of Guyana Esquivel.
Meta adicional que sería la 10ª meta,
And another goal,
reforzar los valores de la independencia cultural.
would be to strengthen the values of the cultural values that we have today.
El desarrollo de una poderosa identidad
There's going to be the development of a powerful entity
expresa en el rescate
that is present in the rescue
en la hermosa e inmensa diversidad
and the height of diversity in a country.
Texto,
And I say,
creación de valores
in the
nacionalistas,
creation of values, of national values,
celebrando
celebrating
los 200 años
the 200 years
historia
of the victory
batalla
of the battle
naval del lago de Maracaibo que liberó
of Lake Maracaibo that liberated all the west part of the country,
y los 200 años
and the 200
la
years
liberación
of the
de
liberation
Puerto Cabello,
of Puerto Cabello,
definitivo al colonialismo,
the definite God's friend to the colonialism,
así como hace 200 años
that
gobierno del
even
pueblo,
200 years ago, the government of the people was solved to be free, independent, sovereign.
centramos nuestra fuerza,
And we unite our forces, we worked, we designed these strategies, and we
más que nunca,
on alert more than ever,
nunca vuelva a ser
so that Venezuela will never be a colony of any country, of any country in the world.
tiene que ser integral.
Of course, we need to advance.
Científica,
We need to advance in the scientific information and the technology as well.
científica y tecnológica.
We have to advance independence of the technology of the scientific as well.
Gabriela Jiménez
Gabriela Jimenez
se ha puesto precisamente el Ministerio de Ciencia,
is from the Ministry of Science
Ciencia y ha puesto al frente de la lucha por la independencia científica
and is in the front of independence, a fight for scientific, the technological as well.
científicas del país y al semillero de niños y niñas.
And also we
Venezuela
have
en el futuro científico.
the kids that are going to be the future of the scientific area.
Lograron grandes éxitos,
And they have a lot of successes and worldwide
competencias de robótica.
in competence and in robotics, in mathematics.
Se está levantando lo que yo llamo
There is a rise in what I call
genial.
great generation, a great generation.
Los niños de 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 años
Those kids of 8, 10 years that are rising in Venezuela
para la música,
to the music,
ciencia,
to science, to technology,
para todo lo que tiene que ver con el conocimiento y la creación.
and for everything that has to do with the acknowledgement and the creation.
Venezuela tiene garantizado
Venezuela has a guarantee
generación
in that generation
niña que
of
desde la
kids
ciencia, la
that from science, technology, that from culture, are rising our country. Great advancements in the field of culture, in the cultural area, and everything from the part of our government, so that it can be declared precisely. In 2023, we achieved the declaration of the ninth cultural manifestation in Venezuela, declared worldwide by UNESCO, heritage of humanity, and it is in the program of salvaguard of barrios y barandas inocentes de Cancagua. I believe honestly that we're in a moment, that we're in a good moment of Venezuelan identity, of the love of Venezuela, of the new Venezuelan. We are in the upfront and with intelligence to carry the name of Venezuela to the topics. Venezuelans that will live in the country. I'm seeing manifestations. I see very beautiful manifestations in all Venezuelans who have to migrate to the economic war, and they're trying to defend the cultural rights and the identity of Venezuela everywhere where they are living and working. We are living a beautiful moment of identity, of identity in Venezuela. On the other hand, the seventh line of action was to consider the action of the homeland and to ready international assessment of journalism, to which Venezuela was admitted, because they could never be able to isolate us, damage the image of our country. In 2023, we participated in a lot of platforms in order to consolidate the Caribbean, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Also, we have important meetings to strengthen the bilateral agreements with all the countries, with all Latin America and the Caribbean. We also have the visit of the President Lula da Silva. We had a visit, and I went to proceed, and we get to great achievements, and we assume the works of agreements for a shared future with Venezuela, with Brazil. After the official visit, the other day was celebrated the South American Summit with the 12th country of South America, with a vision of reassuming the way towards stability, peace in the years, to resume the ways of the and also I had a chance to be with President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, with our sister Turkey. We have great manifestation of love, and we managed to have more relationships. We also were in an official visit to China, 7 days, and that allowed us to sign agreements to the highest level with the President Xi Jinping, our biggest brother, the President of China. We raise the relationship to a strategic associationship that is integral and that is to be at any proof. I have with the fingers of the hand the countries in the world, and China has had this relation with all at any proof, and the first country with that, and the first country to do that in Latin America and the Caribbean is Venezuela. I thank for that. There is also the bronze of between the Guaira and Shanghai, and between some states. We have to keep moving. And Minister, within these three regions that we are negotiating, that are in sister with Venezuela right now. Venezuela, in this year, was accepted in the BRICS group of the partnership of BRIC in that summit. The groups of the group represents 25% of the gross domestic product and 16% of the global trade. Is a vital alliance. The group of the BRICS have had more of 5 members. 5 members that were originary from Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And we have more of 5 brother countries. And we want this year, 2024, to be invited to the BRICS summits in Russia. And it is true that 2024 is going to be part of the BRICS. Likewise, October 22, 2nd, in the early morning, we went to the summit that was with the Mexican President, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. That summit was for the shared development and a beautiful area. We shared with the presidents, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, with Petro, with Xiomara Castro, to the first ministers, presidents, vice presidents, and here we signed a consensus that is a declaration to have a human treatment to migration in our continent. And part of the plans that we were in agreement with were the flights, the turn back flights, are the coming back to the homeland. And we guaranteed at least one trial of repatriation, and we receive it with open arms for the negotiations in order to support the migration process. Venezuela is not alone. Venezuela is not alone. In this moment of big complexity, we have had the support of the broader countries. All of these meetings, summits, agreements in the international level, they prove that we are on the right way. The one of having relations that are based on solidarity, respect, and that they will lead us to the creation of the multipolar world, more humane and more secure. In the end of 2023, one of the other victories that we have, the diplomacy, of the intelligent diplomacy, we achieved last December 20. We achieved to rescue. We rescued Alex Saad Morat, who spent 180 days, 40 months kidnapped and tortured. He was an important member and recognition of the international dialogue. I ask one more time applause for acknowledgement to Alex Saad Morat and his wife, Tamila, and I announce as the new president of the Center of Productive of Venezuela, so that his experience is going to help our country to lure all the inventions and to lure all the economic force of the world. Alex, I trust you. completely. New president of the Center of Productive Inversion of Venezuela. Good job.
Avance,
We advance.
avance, avance.
We have a lot of advancements.
Y es necesario hablar de la paz del mundo.
And there's necessary to talk about the peace in the world.
Una bolivariana de paz, justa, independiente, correcta.
The peace that is correct.
Tenemos voz propia en el mundo.
We have a voice in the world.
Tenemos que llamar a Washington
We don't have to call Washington to declare our positions,
para decir nuestras verdades.
to
No,
say our truth. No,
nuestras posiciones son nuestras.
our positions are ours.
Eso es lo mejor que un ser humano pueda tener. Imagínense ustedes,
That's the best thing that a human can have.
Departamento de Estado
Imagine yourself, you call the Department of State
sobre la guerra de genocidio contra el
to
pueblo.
talk about a genocide against the Palestinian people.
Un genocidio
It's a genocide.
contra el pueblo palestino,
It's a genocide against the Palestinian people,
como fue el genocidio
as it was genocide
contra mi sangre,
against my blood,
el pueblo judío,
the Jewish people,
porque tengo sangre,
because I have a blood of Jews.
abuelos y bisabuelos judíos sefardí.
Grandparents and great-grandparents, when they talk
El genocidio,
about a genocide, the Nazi genocide,
tiemblo de indignación
I
y de
shiver
dolor.
of indignation and pain.
¿Cómo podemos callar?
How can we be in
Tan
silence?
grande y monstruoso que
How
se está cometiendo en el siglo XXI.
How can we be in silence against the worst crime that is committed in this 21st century?
Con su propia voz para decir alto,
I'm talking with my own voice to say stop the genocide against
cese de fuego en Gaza,
the Palestine
basta de
people.
bombardeo,
There must be a ceasefire in Gaza. Stop assassinating, stop the crimes. Stop.
vida para Palestina.
Long life to Palestine.
Y sé que cuento con el apoyo
And I
del
know
pueblo
that I
judío.
have the support of the Jewish people.
Sé que en Israel
I say that
se
Israel
están levantando
and Israel, they are
corrientes de
rising.
opinión
They're all
en
the,
solidaridad con el pueblo palestino.
they are in solidarity with the Palestinian people.
Recientemente vimos en Tel Aviv
Recently, we saw in Tel Aviv big with protesters
pancartas que
with
decían Palestina.
with signs that they were saying Palestine, rise.
¿Recuerdan la consigna?
Remember the
Black
sign.
Fighter en Estados Unidos cuando la masacre
Remember the sign of Black Lives Matter.
de los negros
Black Lives Matters. Black Lives Matters.
se está levantando en Israel. Lo vi en la transmisión de teleSUR.
There in Israel, I saw it. I saw it.
Pancartas.
There are signs.
Mis hermanos judíos.
Women and children and men.
Lives matter. Stop us war. Paren la guerra.
Stop the war. That's saying to stop the war in Palestine.
Nacional, se los pido.
I ask you
Son
from my heart,
de los pueblos árabes. Mis hermanos pueblos árabes.
my Arab people,
Se los pido.
I ask you,
Del pueblo palestino.
in the name of the Palestinian people,
Nombre de nuestros hermanos musulmanes.
our Muslim brothers,
A los cristianos.
the Christians, to the Catholics, to the Jews,
A todos se los pido, pero se los pido a esta asamblea.
to everyone, I ask you,
Pueblo de Venezuela. Hagamos más.
let us do
Acabar el
more.
genocidio.
Let us do more to end genocide.
Hagamos más
Let us
por
do
la paz
more
y el derecho a la vida
for the
del pueblo de
peace and the
Palestina.
right of life for the Palestinian people.
Nuestra última línea de acción
Our last line of action
estuvo orientada a la lucha contra la corrupción.
is leading towards the fight against corruption.
Monstruo purulento de 1000 cabezas lo llamo.
A big monster that corrupts the spirituality and the moral
Y afecta
and
a
affects
las instituciones,
all institutions, all of the companies,
ocasionando un gran daño moral a todos.
all of the companies with a high moral damage.
En el año 2023
In 2023,
logramos desmantelar
we achieved to
una
dismantle
banda mafiosa,
a
desalmada,
group
conspirativa,
that was conspirating,
que usaba la corrupción
that used corruption
no solo para enriquecerse,
not only to get
sino
rich,
como arma de
but as a
desestabilización
weapon
económica y política,
of economic
para
destabilization,
darle un golpe desde adentro silencioso
to hit him from the inside
y
to the
darle otro
economy,
golpe a la moral republicana,
and
a
give
la
it
moral
another
nacional.
head to the immortal
Todos
republic.
ustedes fueron testigos de los
All of
golpes
you
certeros
were
que dimos
witnesses
y que seguiremos dando
of everything we
a las
saw.
mafias de la corrupción, estén donde estén, caiga quien caiga, estén donde estén.
Wherever they are, we're going to keep fighting these
A la batalla
groups,
contra conspiradores y extremistas
to this battle against these conspirations.
sumamos
We add,
frente de batalla ético, moral,
we had the fronts of the ethic, politic,
judicial,
judicial,
contra todo lo que significa
against
traición.
everything that means the treason to our
Por
people.
eso, sin cálculo político,
That's why
de manera
with
auténtica
political
y fiable,
calculate in an authenticity manner.
lineamientos, descabezamos
We dismantled that mob,
y hemos venido descabezando
and we have been dismantling all of the mobs
que se han ido descubiertos,
that we have discovered,
identificadas en el Estado,
that are in the state,
en asociación con
in
mafias
associations with private mobs,
privadas y utilizando empresas públicas
and using the
para dañar el patrimonio
public companies to
que
damage
pertenece a todos los venezolanos.
everything that belongs to the Venezuelan people.
Esta contienda, además de ser una contienda contra la impunidad,
This, besides being,
desafío mayor,
we have a greater challenge.
nuevos valores,
We have a great challenge.
todos los niveles de la vida
We have a
pública,
great challenge in all the levels of bullet life.
una nueva ética republicana,
There is a new Republican ethic,
espiritualidad,
a new spirituality
humildad,
of
sencillez,
simple things, of
luchar contra la descomposición,
fight against the
es
competition.
impedir que prospere una conspiración
It's to
silenciosa
stop the silent
de la ambición y la
conspiration
codicia personal,
of ambition and
la
of
decadencia
ambition,
moral,
of the moral tendency of imperialism
cinismo y la hipocresía,
and the hypocrisy.
porque muchos de estos mafiosos
Because a lot of these the mobs,
para tapar,
they disguise in order to cover their true face,
cubrir con impunidad
in order to be without impunity
y la robadera
and everything they steal.
tenemos
That is why we have.
que aparezca esta liendra de mil cabezas, tenemos que aplastar
That is why you have to crush it. We have to crush it with new laws, with new actions, with new political actions, with new judicial actions, moral actions.
fiscal general Tarek William Saab,
That Williams have.
lo felicito por su
I-
capacidad de hacer justicia.
I congratulate you for his capacity of making justice against the corruption and making justice to our country. As a special knowledge for the Republic General
Contra la liendra de mil cabezas.
that is fighting against these movements, these mobs.
Si algo queda demostrado,
If something is proved,
pese a las campañas infames
that despite the campaigns that we have seen in the ultra-right,
para manipular
in order
al revés,
to have the world upside down,
lo que investigamos, lo que capturamos,
we are the ones who investigate, to capture, we put in justice, the ones we reach.
poner el mundo al revés. Si algo ha quedado demostrado, es que hay una inmensa reserva moral.
If someone has been proved that we have an immense moral reserve,
Si algo ha quedado demostrado,
if someone has been
los
approved, is the honest, the patriots
mayoría.
are in the most.
Y este
We are
año
more.
de visibilizar
And this is the
esa
year
inmensa
of visibilizing
tarea
this
de la
big
Venezuela positiva,
this
de la
big
Venezuela
homework
moral,
of the moral Venezuelan, of the Venezuelan that works.
Es un año para visibilizar
It's a year
trabajadora,
to see the honest people, or the working people,
la Venezuela
the Venezuela of the example, of the discipline, of the order, of the truth. That is why I have for the closure of goal to the beautiful Venezuela, that have seen the relaunching of the gold generation, the victory that we have achieved, the victory that we have achieved that made us pride. We have to support the movement of sports in order to achieve more, and they keep consolidated as they are. The big success in the Pan Americans and in the Chile Pan Americans, the big successes in the Central Americans, the creation of the scholarship in sports Simon Bolivar. They have more than 400 trainers of the elite, and the perfect preparation that we are having to have the best participation in the history of Venezuela of the Olympic Games to 2024, and that's in July this year. A lines, we have said. A lines, we have said. A line, 12 goals. And a big adjective. A big adjective that resumes everything. For now, and for everything that's going to come. The main adjective that's going to be built in base of this, the national spirit, to visualize for the part of the collected of the 5 consensus that our country have achieved. Our country has achieved to create throughout these years. We have 5 consensus that are united with the 12 goals, or at least 12 goals that are prepared in all the battlefronts, in the international as well. And one of the objectives of the consensus is the national unity. And they will going to have benefits early this year, and in 2024 will be a year to the advancement, to the realization. I have no doubts that if we keep our fundamentals, if we keep our recuperation, our plan in order to achieve the 5 consensus is going to be well. The recuperation of the national income, the highest, in order to improve the life of everyone. It's a necessity that we need. But we need to take into account what we have achieved. Because we need a government approachment with the people, in support with the men that are, with the people down the streets, with the people, with all the families in Venezuela. A government in the field, working with the people, looking for solutions. 2024 has to be the year of a more humane government, empathetic, as a revolution can do it, as a social revolution can do it. Let's go to an action, to a more direct action. And we are going to do that with the method of jobs, with the government, with the system of the popular system of the government. These 12 months of 2023 have been 12 months very strong. And these 12 months that we are ahead of us is going to be there's a lot of months that we have to deal with in order to achieve everything we want. All of them who have climbed all the mountains, they know what I'm saying. I have done it, and I know perfectly. And there's going to be a small distance towards what we have already been through. But it is in our forces, in the last breath, to reserve us the energy that we always have. It is a moment in the when we are going to be tired. There is a moment where we are going to be tired and we are going to stop. And even the bravest of all the sports will consider this vaguely. The walking towards the summit. But the inner voice that we have says strength. Don't give up. Will. Don't give up. Keep going. Because the worst passed. No one would give up. No one would be tired. It's time to fight. It is a high time for the last battle in order to advance through all the ways. We can't set back. This 2024 we can't set back. And it has to be a year with the spirit. With the spirit of Ayacucho, with the definite liberation. Under the flags of Bolivarianism, of socialism, of the socialism of the 21st century. All of this is necessary because the people is main leader of this. And we have to advance, as I said, in the recuperation of the income. But we have to advance as well, as I announced it, in the development of new priorities and new renovation of the social politics, in a new generation of big commissions, and the creation of the first trimester of this year, 2024. Before the same week, new measures to protect the most of the people that really need it. We're talking about equality and social justice to everyone. We're talking about new generations. We're talking about new generations in order to have in specific matters the inequality, the poverty, that stress necessity that has been created and that exists, that is antipathic, that is awful, that is really awful, this inequality, and we see it every day. I see it every day. It's part of our wounds, of the legacy that we have in the economic genocide. And sometimes with a little things we can do a lot. We have actions. We have to do actions to the veterans of the economic war. And we have to fight for the equality and justice for everything, and strengthen the Venezuelan family and the specific necessity. And we have the support of the governors. Priority to the more poor, to the more necessity, to the elderly people. Priority to the families. Priority, my colleagues. I already have the money. Because all of this takes money, requires money. That's it. We hope there is one in charge of the money. Our sacred box. Because all the box of income and more So we have to be in the great missions
recuperación del ingreso.
in recovering the income.
Hay quienes
The ones who are traders
que viven como millonarios en el
that don't live as millionaires in the world,
se burlan de mí
and they are mocking me
cuando digo, como decía mi mamá,
when I say,
Teresa,
as my mom said,
Dios proveerá. ¿Y qué ha hecho Dios con Venezuela
God is going to be with us.
de genocidio económico?
God is going to help us.
Dios proveerá.
God's going to provide
Ha
us
proveído
and has helped
con
us
fuerza espiritual,
and has helped us with spiritual strength,
de innovación, de inteligencia,
with innovation, with intelligence, with capacity of resistance,
que son valores espirituales, fuerzas espirituales,
and spiritual values that we have, but we also have material forces.
conseguiremos esos recursos.
We will have those resources.
Nacerá
We'll have resources.
justicia social para
And in the first semester will be the equality and justice for all the people of Venezuela. God will help us.
Amén.
God will help us.
Y que le
Amen.
arda a los que
Amen.
tengan que arder. Nuestra fe en Dios.
And let her burn to all the ones who don't believe in the faith in God.
Anuncio
I announce
el lanzamiento,
the launching,
la activación
the activation
de una nueva gran misión de nueva generación.
of a new mission of new generations in February.
Ya está elaborada,
It is also elaborated. It is
diseñada,
assigned,
planificada
planned
para lanzar esta nueva
to be relaunched,
gran misión
to be
socialista.
relaunched this great mission of new generations.
La gran misión
And it will be the great mission of
para ir por los jóvenes,
young Venezuela to go for the young people to support in his entrepreneurship, in their right to work, in the right to study, in the right to sports, in the right to culture,
en la comunidad,
to be along with it in the community, to give the opportunity to our people,
uniendo toda la experiencia.
uniting all of the experience that we have had.
Pero hay que hacer más,
But we have to do more.
compañera. Juventud,
The young people, we have to do more,
mucho más.
a lot more.
Nuestra juventud fue la más tocada por la guerra.
Our youth was the one most affected by the war.
Fue
It was.
migró.
It was the one who migrated.
A mí me duele eso. Porque esa juventud
I'm in
migró,
pain because of that.
fueron víctimas del genocidio económico, de la guerra económica.
And they were victims of the
Van a buscar el mundo.
economic genocide.
Ya han regresado más de 900,000
And we have more than
a la
9,000.
patria y otros planes.
They're back to their homeland and they have other plans.
Que saben que en Venezuela es la tierra del futuro.
Because they know that Venezuela is the homeland of the future. It's one of the most influenced in the world.
En las redes.
And we see it on the social media.
En el país del futuro invierte en Venezuela.
The country of the future is going to invert in Venezuela.
Con sus ahorritos
What its savings,
tienen
what the savings they have.
nuestros jóvenes migrantes. Allá donde
Our young people, wherever they are,
están pendientes de todo lo que hacemos. Es impresionante.
they are aware of everything we do. It's impressive.
En mis redes sociales,
You see my social media
Perú,
with Peru,
Estados Unidos.
United States.
¿Y quién lo puede ver a uno allá?
And when we saw that there,
Son migrantes,
our migrants,
hermanos,
our brothers,
y ellos saben
and they know it.
Venezuela.
They know it.
Ellos saben que los ahorritos que tengan pueden venir a un emprendimiento en su tierra.
They know that the savings they have, they can come with Cuba and have the entrepreneurship here. They know it. They know it.
Y la gran misión Venezuela joven va a tener una
And the great mission of young Venezuela is going to have a leadership.
Por eso anuncio
That's why I
la
announced
jefa del Estado Mayor,
that the chief of the state
la gran
that's going to lead the great mission of Venezuela
será la diputada
is going to be the deputy Tennessee Garbet, leader of the young,
Juventud Patriota y
of the
Revolucionaria.
patriotic young of Venezuela.
Yo no le había dicho nada.
I haven't told her anything. I'm just telling it to date. Hennessy, that occurs.
Yo te dije la otra vez,
I told you the other time.
yo ya estaba pensando en Génesis. Bueno,
I was thinking in Tennessee.
un papel estelar
He had a role
en la batalla del referéndum.
in a battle referendum
con tu humildad que tienes,
with a humility.
humildad que tú tienes.
You have to keep that humility that you have.
Podemos tener genes. Tú tienes 22 años,
You only have 22,
ya tienes 24. ¿Cuántos
24.
tienes? 25.
You already have 24.
El 3 de marzo.
On May 3rd, you're going to turn 25.
De genes
The most important genesis
en ustedes,
in you
los jóvenes, cultivar la humildad.
is to have humility,
Sueños en la vida
having big dreams in life,
de un país que es de ustedes.
of a country that is yours.
Este país no es de nadie de nosotros.
This country is not ours. We are just we're not permanent here. The government is yours.
Plena. Un modelo de sociedad avanzado.
It's a model of society in advancement, socialist,
Cristiano, humano.
Christian, humane.
Para ustedes, gente.
That is for you.
Yo ya te di una tarea
I already give you a homework
sobre el tema de las redes sociales.
with the subject of social media.
Bueno, ahora aquí,
And now,
directo en público,
in public,
tú serás la jefa superior
you're going to be
misión
the
de la
chief
joven.
of the great mission of Venezuelan.
Sabes muy bien los
Where
problemas
with
de
the
los
young
jóvenes.
people? You know all about the young people.
Y vamos a buscar los jóvenes en los barrios, los que
Let us
necesitan
look the young
apoyo.
people in the neighborhoods, who need help.
Por la juventud, Génesis.
Let us go to the young people.
Se la pido prestado a la Asamblea Nacional
I borrow for the national security.
de la diputada Génesis Garbet para que
I have a solution for the deputy Genesis Valdez,
asumir constitucional y legalmente su cargo de jefa suprema
so he can assume
de la joven.
the chief of Venezuelan.
A mí me gusta ser diputado. Yo era muy feliz siendo diputado.
I was very happy being a deputy.
Pido a Dios que algún día
I asked God
regresar
that someday
diputado.
I can come back to be deputy, to be deputy
Muchos años adelante, pero algún día.
within a few years, but maybe one day.
Eso lo hablamos después.
We're going to talk about that later on.
Por eso
That is why
yo siempre con el equipo,
I always say with the team,
mi equipo y yo
my team and I,
pensando en el futuro,
we think in the future.
nos pusimos a pensar
We are thinking,
cómo será
how would it be
los años,
in the years to come,
más allá del 2024,
beyond 2024.
cómo será el 2025.
How would it be the 2025, 2027, 26, 2027?
Aprendimos del comandante Hugo Chávez.
We'll learn from the Commander-in-Chief Hugo Chavez
Planificar para el futuro inmediato,
to the future, to
para el
think
futuro de largo
for
plazo.
for all the future, the long term and the short term.
Una estrategia
The strategy,
correcta, señores
like a red strategy. The military that we are right now,
tiene que pensar lo inmediato y largo plazo.
we have to see it, we have to think in short term, long term, in
La
everything.
operación que está en desarrollo
And the operation that is in development right now, right?
no va a capturar, por ejemplo,
We are going to catch, for instance,
cómo sostiene ese objetivo, ¿verdad?
how to maintain this objective.
¿Cuánto tiempo lo logras?
How much time are we going to achieve this?
Los militares deberían dar clases de esto.
The military should teach us.
Supremo de la Universidad Militar Bolivariana, Osorio. Ustedes deberían dar clases en redes sociales.
You should teach the people to do that,
Acción estratégica.
to the strategic situations.
Más perfecta es la planificación que existe para la guerra.
The most perfect thing that it says is to the war.
Y planificar y cumplir objetivos.
And plan and have the objective.
Parece mucho lo que hemos hecho nosotros.
And we have to maintain, we have to keep that.
Yo he aplicado métodos de planificación estratégica militar
I have method of strategic planification in the military.
oficiales. Nos pusimos a pensar
And we started thinking
con todos los equipos, asesores
with all the teams, with all the assessors,
internacionales que tenemos y son muy buenos.
with all the international that we have.
Me han
They have underestimated.
Pero tan bruto no he resultado ser, creo yo.
But we are not that bad.
Tan bruto no hemos sido, ¿verdad, Diosdado? Silvia.
We are not that bad.
Tan brutos así.
Are we that?
Me decían. Silvia se pone brava cuando yo digo eso.
Celia gets upset with me whenever I say that. You shouldn't say that.
¿Por qué dijiste eso?
Why do you say that?
Me aburro, no. Me aburro sí, digo yo.
Yes, we are that.
Decían me aburro, todavía lo dice. Porque
And they say it still because we have our colleagues there.
Edison Alvarado, presidente de Citrameca.
Edison Alvarado, the president of Jamaica.
El chofer, el obrero.
The driver.
El paupérrimo, el patanezuelo.
Everyone.
Pero tan bruto no hemos resultado ser.
We're not that rude.
En el año 2022,
In 2022,
mi memoria y cuenta. Y lancé una fórmula.
and I launched a formula.
Las 3R.
The 3 R's.
Muchos se quedaron locos. Eso de 3R.n. Dije,
And everyone went crazy. This 2022
y avanzar
is a year of advancements
en sostenible.
in recuperation, step by step. You have the video over there.
Pensando los años futuros, lanzó en lo inmediato
I'm thinking in the future years, and we're launching the program 3 R's.
las 3R de Chávez,
3 R's of Chavez.
renovadas y traídas al tiempo.
Renovated and brought to this time.
R de la resistencia,
The war of resistance,
firme,
strong, firm,
que nadie se confíe.
that no one is going to
La
fall
R del
down.
renacimiento,
The wall of renaissance of values, of politics,
chavismo original,
of the original
del
Chavism,
siglo XXI.
of the Bolívarism of the 21st century,
R de la revolución,
and the war of the revolution, of revolution or everything. Change everything that must be changed.
3R han marchado,
The 3 R's have advanced,
asumida,
assumed,
y ahí están los resultados, pues.
and we saw the results there.
Las 3R nos han guiado.
The 3 R's have guided us. The 3 R's
Preguntaban, ¿y qué es NET?
that we ask ourselves, and what is next? What is next?
Red. Pero no era NET en inglés, era NET en venezolano.
It's next in Venezuelan.
Una nueva época que ya visorábamos.
A new era that we already
Una
saw.
nueva época.
A new era
Transición al socialismo.
of transition towards socialism.
Rumbo al 2030.
Towards 2030, we'd say with Bolivar.
2030 Bolívar.
2030 Bolivar.
Para cuando llegara
So that when it reaches
17 de diciembre,
December 17 of 2030,
podés decirle al Padre Libertador.
can be able to say to the Libertator Father,
Paraste en el mar. Aquí está tu pueblo.
and
Libre,
here's your
republicano,
people,
soberano,
free, independent, sovereign, standing still, prosperous.
La gran meta.
The great goal of 2030 we cannot miss, we cannot fail. We cannot fail because of the people.
Y dimos en el clavo.
And we nail it.
R.net vigente.
3 R's appointed,
exitosa.
it is right now, victorious.
Y ahora pensando,
And now I'm thinking,
2024,
2023
empezando apenas.
is starting just.
2025,
2025,
2026,
2026, 2027,
2028,
2028,
2029,
2029,
2030.
2030, 70 years.
Para entrar en una etapa de gran impulso.
7 years to enter in the phase of great boost, to consolidate, to advance towards the Venezuelan in power,
Perdido en lo social.
to recover what we have lost,
Para lanzar los planes grandes.
to have more
Podemos
plans.
nosotros. Tengo
We
la seguridad de desarrollar
We can do it. I have the right that I know for sure that we can do it.
una sociedad justa,
That we can do it in this very society, very humane and socialist.
7 años de un reto.
70 years of a challenge.
Por eso a la fórmula
That is why
3.net
the formula of the 3 R's, the 3 R's point net,
sumo una nueva visión que lanzo hoy
I add a new
en grandes líneas
issue
me las incorporo al debate nacional
that I added to the national debate
con equipo, como
that is going to be developed as a team, as a country,
en los próximos días
in the next few days,
para que las podamos asumir
so
como
that we
un
can assume it
acuerdo nacional.
as a national
Y
agreement.
hablo de las 7 transformaciones que necesita Venezuela
And I talk about the 7th transformation that Venezuela needs
ser un
in
país
order to
recuperado,
in
próspero,
order
de
to in
bienestar social
2030 be a
y de
country
igualdad,
prosperous
profundamente
with a lot
democrático,
of
más libre e
equality,
independiente.
more democratic, more independent, more
Las
free.
7T
The 7T,
2030, las 7
7Ts,
transformaciones,
2030, the 7
cambios que necesita
transformations
Venezuela,
and changes
que
that
solo
Venezuela
pueden
needs
ser hechos
that
por
only
nosotros.
can be done by us.
Aquí más nadie va a traer transformaciones y cambios
No one else is going to bring more transformation and
a la
changes.
patria que favorezcan al pueblo.
They are going to be in favor of the people of the homeland. So that is why I dare today
Lanzar el plan de las 7 transformaciones,
to launch the plan of the
el
7
plan de las
transformations,
7T,
the plan of the 7 Ts, 2030,
guardia una coherencia
that it
absoluta
have a
con los procesos
coherence
históricos,
with the historic
con la
processes,
realidad del
with the
país,
reality of the
con
country,
nuestros sueños,
when,
con
with,
nuestras aspiraciones.
with aspiration, with our
De hecho,
dreams. And in
se
fact,
derivan de
they're
la
derived
conspiración
from the
de los 5
conspiracy
consensos
with the 5
nacionales que
national
hemos logrado
consensus that we
con
have
los 5
achieved
grandes
with the
objetivos
same
del
bit
plan de la
objective,
patria
the plan of the
redactado por el
homeland,
comandante Chávez.
that have
Es una
said by the
fusión
Commander-in-Chief
de visiones,
Hernando
de esfuerzos,
Chavez.
de prioridades. La primera transformación,
The first
la
transformation,
primera gran
the
transformación,
first great
la
transformation
transformación económica.
is the economic
Vamos
transformation.
a avanzar en la
Let us
modernización
advance in the
de nuestra economía.
modernization of
Todos
economy,
sus métodos,
of all his
el despliegue
methods,
definitivo de las fuerzas materiales,
in
de
everything
las
of the
fuerzas
material
productivas,
forces, in the
para
productive
consolidar un
forces, in
modelo
order to
de
consolidate a model
gestión
of presentation,
incluyente
including
económica de cara a un nuevo modelo
the
exportador
economic to a new
La
model.
primera T, la
And the
primera
first T,
transformación,
the first
la transformación
transformation,
completa.
it is a full transformation of the model
7 años
of
nosotros
years.
hacer un milagro
With us to
económico
make a
de
miracle,
Venezuela actual. De aquí,
to make a middle of the current Venezuela.
la segunda T,
The second T,
Villegas. Esta fue una conversación que yo tuve con Ernesto, con el equipo.
I have a conversation that I have with Ernesto and with a team,
Y algo tienes que es muy creativo.
and there's something he has that he's very creative. You're very creative.
Me dijo, estábamos hablando de esto, del reto del
We were talking about the challenges, and I tell him,
que asumir en los 7 años 7 retos.
we have to assume for 7 years, 7 challenges.
Me puse a trabajar.
And I started working.
Estaba muy interesante, algunos conceptos, ¿verdad?
It's very interesting.
Interesante algunos conceptos que propuso.
It's very interesting with the new concept that he proposed.
No lo voy a decir aquí porque es un secreto entre los dos.
I'm not going to say because it's a secret between us.
La visión, los asesores nacionales,
It is a vision with us,
equipo de programas de gobierno,
with a team of the program of the governors,
todo el plan de la nación.
with the resolution on the plan of the nation.
Sin lugar a dudas,
Without questions,
transformación
it is a big transformation.
Venezuela está en la economía. La base
The big transformation of Venezuela is in the economy,
material soporte, el avance en todos los demás frentes.
the advancement in all the fronts.
La segunda T
The second T,
se trata de la segunda transformación.
it is about the second transformation.
Es la independencia plena del país.
It is the total independence of the country in all the areas.
Actualizar y expandir
To update and expand
bolivariana,
the Bolivarian doctrine
acciones políticas, científicas,
and his alignments with the politics, with the scientific, with the technology,
los nuevos retos,
before the new challenges, before the new world
la
challenges,
independencia plena
with the full independence
cultural, de identidad científica, educativa,
of identity in the scientific and the education area.
base de conocimiento de la base científica.
And that is a base of knowledge, the scientific knowledge as well.
Sin ciencia y tecnología,
Without science and technology, there's no future.
nosotros fuimos al futuro y volvimos en septiembre.
We went to the future and we came back in September.
Lo que nos mostraron los chinos,
what the Chinese people showed us, the scientific base and technological. And if you tell me, you're not going to believe it. All of the discoveries they have done, they have 30 years in advancements towards any country right now. In Shanghai, Shenzhen, Shandong, in all China. That's threatened my thoughts. My colleague Gabriela Jimenez had a powerful movement of scientific people to the problem of the country, and he reinforced the conviction that a great priority that we have today is the development of the education in our Venezuela today, and in Venezuela, and the science and technology and education. The second T. Am I good, Ernesto? Am I good? Am I going well? With your permission. Third T. The transformation of the model of security, of peace, of integrity, of integrity of the territorial of Venezuela, of peace. Without peace and security, we're nothing. It bases alliance with all the movements, because you know that a country in violence, it is impossible to advance with the development. And the third transformation, it has to look for perfecting the model created with a citizenship of a true, of enjoying the human rights of all the territorial parts, and guaranteeing the recuperation, the total recuperation of Guasanas Equiva, the third T, in order to guarantee the unions and the union of Venezuela and his historical rights, the peace, the security. And the fourth T is the social, discussion of the social. And its main objective is going to be the renovation, the total renovation of the model of Cuba. We need to accelerate the recuperation of the states, recover the great missions, and consolidate new generations to strengthen the Christian values that we have. The 50 is mainly political, but political with a high P. Political of inclusion. Political participation. It deals with politics seen as a public service, with a protagonist of the citizens, not of the politics of elites, but none of that. The Bolivarian democracy, system of democracy wasn't established as that. Was established as a system of women and men, of a social collective. So therefore the fourth transformation is about the fifth transformation is about a powerful process of repoliticization in order to consolidate our democracy with Republican ethic, a new Republican spirituality. The sixth transformation is the ecological. assume the preservation of the planet, assume
la preparación de nuestro país
the preparation of a country
para la crisis climática.
in order to combat the crisis that we have.
Chávez propuso el quinto objetivo histórico. Todavía no habíamos entrado en una emergencia climática.
So that when Chavez presented that, we haven't entered an emergency in the climate.
Ya la humanidad, ya nuestro continente.
Our humanity, our continent,
Estaba viendo un reportaje de
was in a report of Maduro in teleSUR
que se fue con los pescadores de la Guaira.
that we're talking about the fishers in the Guaira.
Caratún era.
We're going to fish,
Temporada en que el mar tiene que estar frío, diciembre, enero y febrero.
and we're seeing in December and January. The river is more hot than ever, so they decided to fish,
Buscar que era el atún, no lo consiguieron.
but they didn't get what they were looking for. And I tell them,
Climática llegó a los mares venezolanos. Vimos lo que pasó en Tejería
we saw what happened to Heria,
y así por el estilo.
and that's it.
Esta transformación
Therefore, the sixth transformation
integralmente a nuestro país.
is well prepared to tackle
Climática,
the climate emergency in the world
el impacto ambiental
and eliminate the impact
tener
that is going to have
tiene
and that it has
climática.
this crisis,
Salvaguardar
climatic crisis, and also to safeguard the Amazonian area,
Gana.
South American, and all natural resources,
Capitalismo depredador.
and the velocity of the capitalism.
Lula en Brasil.
That is what Lula is doing in Brazil, advancing of the preservation of the Amazon area,
Y evitar los planes voraces
and have all the plans
de nuestras reservas naturales.
of all natural resources
Lugar,
in the same place.
séptima T
The seventh T,
de las 7 T,
we were talking about the 17th, the seventh transformation for the 2030.
la séptima T geopolítica,
The seventh geopolitical T
la definitiva inserción,
is the definite insertion of Venezuela
liderazgo,
and a leadership
la configuración del poder mundial del mundo,
in a new configuration of the world power,
preservando y desarrollando
preserving and developing a diplomacy of peace.
Nos proponemos
We propose
seguir aportando
to
el
keep
liderazgo de Venezuela
to keep having the leadership of Venezuela in order to reconstruct our nations in Latin America and Caribbean, spreading the SOLAC,
desarrollando el ALBA,
developing the ALBA,
lograr
and
fortalecer los BRICS,
achieving being in the BRICS
Venezuela a los BRICS,
and the incorporation of Venezuela and the BRICS to advance in all the lines and raise ratings to the emerging world, to the emerging countries, at a new world that is emerging right now.
vamos a la vanguardia con las 7 T,
And let us go in the front with the 70s.
7 transformaciones
7 transformations
necesarias,
that are needed
y posibles,
and possible.
7 metas
7 goals. 7 beautiful goals.
7 años futuros
To
hacia
the 7 years that we have towards 2030.
en que Bolívar
The year in which Bolivar versus is going to be birthed once again in our America,
potencia,
to the Venezuela in power,
como lo soñó el padre de la patria, nuestro padre,
as Homeland dreamed about it.
Venezuela,
Venezuela,
y bienestar
prosperity and well-being and
que
peace
merecemos nosotros,
that we deserve,
sus hijos, sus hijas,
that we deserve after children.
hermosa e infinita de la patria. Quisiera culminar
I would like to end
este balance
this balance
diciendo con el Libertador.
saying from the Liberator
La recta y el tiempo
that we close with the time, and the time will make its process.
salvemos la patria.
Let's save the land.
No importa.
The rest doesn't matter.
Miedo a la espalda.
Let us keep the fear on back,
Revolucionario
and let us save the revolutionary project towards the future,
que nos dejara el comandante Chávez.
towards the future that Commandant Chavez is going to lead us, rescue the values of Bolivar.
Digo con responsabilidad.
I say with responsibility,
Experiencia que he tenido.
with the experience that I have had.
En octubre de este año cumplo 50 años
In October, I will turn 50 years
de militancia revolucionaria.
of revolutionary militancy.
Yo empecé a militar en la revolución.
I started in
Conocíamos, ¿vale?
I didn't meet you. Why? We should have met up way before that. You owe me that. I say with the experience. Diosdado told me his life in the podcast. We have similar lives. We also had a podcast with the General. We were born in the 62, in the year 62. I was born in 63, and you in the 63. We have Fernando Soto was one leader in the guerrilla front. We have had an experience, and I can say that with this experience, that having this teacher of the Commander-in-Chief Chavez, I feel him present in our battles with his thoughts, with his blessings. I can tell you that what we have done is just the beginning of a long way, and I invite you to be together. And I invite you to be together on this long way that we have ahead of us, that we have proved capacity, that we have proved the capacity in all times, in all moments, to face whatever we have to face, whatever it takes and however it takes. And we're going to be brave. We're going to stand still. So that is what's saying in this 2024, in this mythic year. And the victory of Junín, of the victory of Ayacucho, we must seal in a definite way our victories in the war, in the economic war. There's not an illusion. It's not an illusion, it's not a dream. That is a phrase for a speech. It is just simply homeland loved. It is simply a real possibility, a certain possibility that is going to be proved with numbers, with works, with the national union. That is going to be proved every day. It's a near possibility that is going to be explained for what we have achieved with a lot of sacrifice in that moment. What we are capable of doing, what we focused, what we committed with the cause, and what I see in all the parts of the country, from the most remote neighborhoods until the central, in any city of the country, what we see is courage, determination, the will to have business, dedicated, the love for a new Venezuelan. We are not going to go back, and we don't want to be in the things that we didn't achieve. Not go back and not be in the middle of everything we have conquered. We have to go for more and better. For everyone that needs justice, for the liberty in our economy, for the development, that's policy, that's sovereignty, for our spiritual righteousness, for the national unity. The national unity is an important necessity to the organization of a common objective, that no one is going to have hatred, that no one is going to divide us, that no one is going to demoralize the people, that no one will come to weaken the forces that have emerged in the difficulties, to open the ways towards the future of the country. I'm certain that with the 70s, we are going to 2030 with a victory, and that the victory belongs us. The victory belongs us, to the homeland, to our people. keep fighting. Let us keep violent and keep having this national unity. National Assembly, thank you. Thank you for this. I have presented my balance for the 2024 25 year of the Bolivarian Revolution. Thank you. Thank you. God bless Venezuela. I give. I have. I now will handle my report, and I'm going to read it. That's a copy of the report to the President of the National Assembly, and I hope that you, and I hope from you the harsh critics and a proposal as well, in order to keep being united, and the 5 powers of the country. I, President, to the President of the National Assembly, Jorge Rodriguez, you're going to believe we are upset. Jorge Rodriguez, Gladys Gutierrez, the President of the Ministry of Justice, Elvi Amoroso, President of the Council of the Electoral Council, Tarek William Saab, the President of the Power of the Citizen, of the Moral Power, all the public powers. I'm handling the public power to the popular power, and our homeland deserves it. I proceed to handle this with Jorge Rodriguez, the President of the National Assembly. And this word finalizes the intervention of the President Nicolas Maduro, and we thanked everything. We thank the President for his word, for his speech. And these forms, and we have an explication of the direct consequences of underestimating a man, as they have always done. They have underestimated the people of Venezuela. If something has been proved, if Nicolas approved in his government, it's his role as the President of the Republic of Venezuela. There have been 2 events, 2 main events. The first one, his loyalty to the word that he used to the greatest man of the 20th century, Hugo Chavez Frias. And the second one, the audacity, la inventive, the creativity, and the planification that we have dealt with throughout this year, and the use of the aggression, of the most brutal of the actions, of the action that we have been submitted to the last 150 years. 2 elements have been the main pillar of the message of today, as he said it, the word 2 balances. Because when we talk about that the Republic of Venezuela is the economy that have a more growth in this continent, it is true. Has been the only one in the South continent that is going submitted to the blockade, to a lot of actions and a lot of sanctions. That is why. And therefore,
logrado,
we have achieved,
se ha logrado
as they have achieved it,
a nuestra
to
república
defeat our republic,
economía
to this new economy that is being devised right now.
el acento, como dijo el poeta Vicente Huidobro,
As poet Vicente Vidor said,
en la mujer.
and that is mainly in the women and the men of the country.
Lo dijo el presidente Maduro,
As President Maduro said,
hay que hacer un balance
we have to make a balance
de lo destructivo, de lo que hicieron,
of all destruction, of the attacks, of the aggressions, and also
balance
a balance
hemos logrado.
of the balance of everything we have achieved.
Muchísimo más fácil, lo dijo también el presidente Maduro,
Because it's easier to destroy than build.
debo decir yo,
And I must say
más difícil
that it's more harder
reconstruir
to reconstruct than construct.
vimos en el mensaje de hoy,
And what we saw in the message of today has been the real reconstruction of
de la búsqueda de
the economic and looking for the peace, for the territorial entity of the Venezuelan country.
y a este hombre
And this man
que afortunadamente fue
that luckily
subestimado,
was underestimated
y los apellidos
for the last names,
que iba a ser
they believed that he was going to be an easy homeland, an easy homework with the revolution, with the Venezuelan country, and a lot of them
estudiaron y piensan
they studied and they think in English.
podrían
They could,
tomar algo de su método, del método de Nicolás Maduro Moro,
they can have some of the strategic method of Nicolas Maduro, of looking for proposal for plans,
buscar las causas,
look for the causes,
dónde están
where they are,
orígenes,
what are the origins,
los obstáculos,
what are the obstacles, what are the ways of advancing.
es de verdad
It's for real,
fundamental,
fundamental.
estructurante para los años por venir.
It's very great for the years to come.
De los 5 consensos que propuso el presidente Maduro,
The 5 consensus that the president had for the 5 national objective of the commandant-in-chief Hugo Chavez,
meta
the goals that were proposed for this year, 2023, that had just concluded,
signar
how to
nueva etapa, una
have a new phase.
todas y todos
Let
a
us
esta nueva etapa.
go to this new phase, that is the phase of the 7 transformations, and we owe it to the liberator Simón Bolívar
Hacer redención
to make a redemption,
siempre de la traición.
of the treason that was perpetrated against him. We owe it to the commandant Hugo Chavez that he was still alive,
Como el año de la inexorabilidad
the year of industrialization
bolivariana.
in the country,
Y se lo debemos
and we owe
a
it
un obrero
to
tenaz, a un obrero
we owe it
del
to
trabajo y del pensamiento.
a man that has worked a lot and has made a lot of leadership.
Maduro, a quien se lo debemos,
We owe it.
avancemos en la ruta
Let us advance in the route of the 7
para la
transformations
construcción
to the
de
construction
la patria que merece
of a homeland that our daughters
generaciones.
deserve, that the generations to come. And we thank to the president, and we thank him for the message, against the National Assembly. And we have the secretariat so that every social media and that speech of Nicolas Maduro will be published and is all. In any other order, we invite to the Director Jones to so they can go to the displacement of Nicolas Maduro Moros to go. That is the leader of the country today. It's over. This session is over. Deputies, they should be here tomorrow. And this way we have finished the session today. And the President Nicolas Maduro gave a speech, and we made a balance of the year 2023. 2023 was a good year of learning, of well-being, and they're going to achieve it in 2024. Sense of resistance of the people, they have improved everything. And there has been an increase in the gross domestic product in Venezuela in that year. And it's one of the 19 countries affected by the violation of human rights that we see in the whole world during his intubation. That and February 1st are going to be some changes to the country of Venezuela. He also announced the new charge, the new position that Al-Assad is going to take in the government. We're seeing that Nicolas Maduro Moro is going to be out of the Legislative Palace. One of the most important, and there are other members of the parliament there. And also it's going to take control of the inflation that's happening in the country right now. Besides, the president says that there is an increase in 33% comparing into 2023. And we also had the inflation, the lowest inflation was 2.4%. And he also announced during his message to the nation that have been dismantling a lot of confederations that were that the main aim was to kill him. That they were planned from Colombia, from Miami as well. And they tried to conspiracy against Venezuela. And all of them have already confessed the crimes and they have the statements. All of the evidence, all the proof had been already handled. And the conspirations, they continue against Venezuela, against the head of state. And also he announced that the responsible of the first military operation, he explained the objective in the national chain, that it was a meeting that was celebrated in May. And we were starting with the United States of the sanctions and conversation. It seems that there are an advancement. The center of the opposition is banning the violence in the country. And for all the strategy that they do in order to stop this. It's important the alignments that the head of state has stated that all the sectors of the country are going to be involved in the reconstruction